for the keepers of forgotten tales, the listeners of whispers on the wind, and the souls who find magic in the rustling leaves and the deep, unfathomable woods. May your own echoes of the past guide you, and may the strength of your ancestors reside within you, not as a burden, but as a wellspring of enduring power. This story is a testament to the enduring spirit, the courage to embrace destiny, and the profound connection that binds us to the ancient heart of the world. For every dreamer who has felt the pull of a legend, the call of a quest, and the quiet wisdom of the natural world, this book is for you. May you find your own sanctuary, your own ancestral sword, and your own voice to tell the stories that matter. To those who understand that true strength lies not only in the battles fought, but in the heritage remembered and the balance restored. For the inheritors of ancient lore, the descendants of the valiant, and the dreamers who dare to believe in the magic that still lingers in the hidden places of the earth. For all who feel the call of the wild, the whisper of the forgotten, and the enduring power of a lineage unbroken, may you always remember who you are. The air in the ancient woodlands of air was perpetually cool, a damp breath drawn from the deep, moss-choked ravines and the ancient, sky-piercing oaks. Mist, a constant ethereal presence, swirled through the boughs like phantom rivers, catching the scant sunlight and diffusing it into a pearlescent haze. It was a land where the ordinary bled into the extraordinary, where the rustling of leaves could sound like forgotten incantations, and the murmur of hidden streams like the sighs of slumbering spirits. This was Maeve's world, a tapestry woven from the scents of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, invigorating tang of pine. She moved through it not as an intruder, but as an extension of its wild, untamed heart, a creature shaped by its ancient rhythms. Maeve was a silhouette against the verdant backdrop, a solitary figure whose youth was belied by the deep, introspective gaze in her eyes. She bore no markings of nobility, no symbols of lineage that the world might readily recognize. Her ancestry was a whisper, a fragmented echo that resonated only within her own restless soul. She was a descendant, yes, of a legendary warrior, a name lost to the ages for most, but a palpable presence in the dreams and the inexplicable currents of power that flowed through her. Her life was a solitary communion with the wild. She knew the language of the birds before they sang their dawn chorus, the subtle shifts in the wind that foretold rain, the secret trails that only the deer dared to tread. Yet, this deep connection to the natural world was also a cage, for it amplified the gnawing sense of something missing, of a history that lay just beyond her reach, a forgotten heritage that haunted her waking hours and colored her dreams with a profound, unnameable longing. The woodlands themselves were more than a mere setting. They were a character in their own right, alive with a primal energy that mirrored the untamed spirit coiled within Maeve. The ancient trees, gnarled and immense, stood as silent sentinels, their roots delving deep into the earth's secrets, their branches reaching for a sky that seemed to hold both memory and promise. Every shadow seemed to harbor a story, every sun-dappled glade a forgotten ritual. The air thrummed with a subtle, latent power, a resonant hum that Maeve felt not just in her bones, but in the very marrow of her being. It was this energy, ancient and raw, that seemed to awaken something within her, a nascent power, a dormant strength that stirred in response to the land's own vibrant pulse. She was a daughter of this place, and the land in turn recognized her, a quiet acknowledgement that passed between them like an unspoken vow. Her days were spent in quiet observation, her nights in a restless dance with fragmented visions. The solitude of the woods was a balm, yet it also served to magnify the persistent, unsettling feeling that she was waiting for something, or perhaps that something was waiting for her. The trees stood as mute witnesses to her quiet wanderings, their ancient presence a constant reminder of the passage of time and the enduring mysteries of the land. The mist that veiled the forest was not just a meteorological phenomenon, it was a shroud, a veil that separated the present from the past, and Maeve often felt as though she stood on the precipice of that veil, straining to catch a glimpse of what lay beyond. Her existence was a delicate balance between the tangible reality of the forest floor beneath her feet and the intangible pull of a destiny she couldn't yet comprehend. The woods breathed with an ancient life, a symphony of rustles, creaks, and the distant calls of unseen creatures. These sounds were Maeve's constant companions, a language she was slowly beginning to understand. The wind, sighing through the dense canopy, seemed to carry whispers of forgotten tales, of deeds performed in ages long past. She would often pause, head tilted, straining to decipher the subtle nuances in the breeze, searching for patterns in the seemingly random cacophony of nature. The sheer age of the trees, some of them bearing the scars of centuries, of storms, and perhaps even conflict, lent a gravitas to her surroundings, a sense of enduring history that was both comforting and daunting. It was a world steeped in myth, a place where the boundaries between the material and the spiritual were blurred, and Maeve, with her unusual sensitivity to these subtle energies, felt intrinsically connected to its ancient heart. Her attire, simple and practical, was woven from the rough fibers of flax and wool, dyed in muted greens and browns that allowed her to blend seamlessly into her environment. She carried no outward adornments, no trinkets that might betray a desire for the conventional world. Her hands, though slender, were calloused from her solitary endeavors, skilled in the art of foraging and navigating the wild. Her movements were fluid and silent, honed by years of living in close communion with the land, a grace that spoke of a deep understanding of her own body and its place within the natural order. The very air around her seemed to thrum with a quiet intensity, a latent power that hinted at a heritage far more significant than her solitary existence suggested. She was an enigma, even to herself, a vessel of dormant strength, waiting for the catalyst that would awaken its true potential. The mist, ever present, seemed to cling to her as if in recognition of her belonging to this ancient, mystical domain. It was in this mist laden, whispering realm that Maeve's journey truly began, a solitary soul walking a path interwoven with the deep, enduring magic of air. As the days bled into weeks and the seasons subtly shifted their hues across the vast expanse of the air woodlands, Maeve found herself increasingly drawn to the deeper, more ancient parts of the forest. These were the places where the trees grew impossibly large, their branches so thick they blotted out the sun, creating a perpetual twilight on the forest floor. The air here was heavier, carrying the scent of old magic, of secrets held for millennia. It was in these forgotten reaches that her dreams intensified, becoming not just fleeting images, but vivid, visceral experiences that left her breathless and disoriented upon waking. The emerald skies, once a symbol of peace and life in her nocturnal visions, now bled into searing infernos, the flames licking at the ancient trees, consuming them in a fiery inferno. The crackling of burning wood, the roar of the inferno, the acrid smell of smoke, they were all terrifyingly real, seared into her consciousness. And then, through the suffocating smoke and the blinding light, a voice would emerge. It was a voice that resonated with immense power, yet was tinged with a profound sorrow, a command that echoed with the weight of ages. Return what was buried, and you will remember who you are. This spectral utterance, repeated with an unwavering intensity, was the focal point of her torment, a riddle that gnawed at her waking thoughts. These were not mere nightmares, Maeve understood. They were fragments of memory, echoes of a past so distant it had been buried beneath layers of time and perhaps deliberate forgetting. They spoke of a cataclysm, a great upheaval that had not only reshaped the land, but had also sundered her lineage, scattering its power and its very essence. The weight of these unremembered events pressed upon her, a palpable burden that fueled her restless spirit and intensified the gnawing certainty that she was meant for something more, something far greater than the solitary existence she currently knew. The spectral voice, though terrifying, also offered a glimmer of hope, a promise of understanding, a path towards reclaiming a lost identity. The recurring inferno, the bleeding skies, these were not random images, but symbolic representations of a pivotal event in her ancestors' history. The emerald of the sky, a color deeply connected to the life force of air, was being consumed by the flames of destruction, a mirroring of the land's own suffering and the dimming of her ancestral line. The ancient trees, symbols of endurance and continuity, were being reduced to ash, a stark visual of the devastation that had befallen her lineage. The sorrowful command was a plea across time, a desperate urging from a past self who knew the truth of what had been lost and the necessity of its recovery. Maeve would often find herself tracing the patterns of bark on the ancient trees, searching for answers in their weathered surfaces. She wondered if they, too, held memories of the fires, if their roots had been scorched by the same inferno that raged in her dreams. The silence of the forest, usually a source of comfort, now felt pregnant with unspoken histories, with the silent testimonies of ages past. The rustling leaves, which once sounded like gentle whispers, now seemed to carry the frantic urgency of a forgotten cry for help. The spectral voice, with its dual nature of command and sorrow, was the most perplexing element. It spoke of a forgotten duty, a buried truth that needed to be unearthed. Return what was buried. What had been buried? A treasure? A secret? Or perhaps a person? A part of herself that had been intentionally hidden away? The phrase, "and you will remember who you are," was the key. The promise of self-discovery intertwined with this act of retrieval. It suggested that her true identity was not innate, but lost, waiting to be reclaimed through this mysterious act. She would spend hours by hidden streams, gazing into the clear, flowing water, half expecting to see not her own reflection, but the face of the spectral woman who haunted her sleep. She would run her fingers through the cool water, imagining it washing away the dust of centuries, revealing the hidden truths that lay beneath. The water, in its ceaseless journey, felt like a metaphor for time itself, an unstoppable flow that carried everything with it, yet also possessed the power to cleanse and reveal. The weight of these unremembered events was a heavy cloak, muffling her present joy and instilling a constant undercurrent of unease. She felt like a stranger in her own life, a vessel carrying a cargo of forgotten purpose. The recurring imagery of destruction, the burning trees, the bleeding skies, was a constant reminder of the peril that had once threatened her world, and perhaps still did. It wasn't just a personal torment, it was a premonition, a warning that the past was not merely a collection of memories, but a force that could still impact the present. The ancestral power, which she felt stirring within her, was intrinsically linked to this history, a legacy forged in both triumph and tragedy. The more she dreamt, the more she felt the tug of this ancestral destiny, a call to a responsibility she could no longer ignore. The dreams were a burden, but also a guiding light, illuminating a path towards understanding, a path that led through the heart of a forgotten past. Maeve's solitary wanderings through the mist-shrouded woodlands were never truly solitary. A parliament of crows, a stark gathering of obsidian figures against the muted greens and browns of the ancient forest, seemed to follow her every move. They were not the skittish common birds of the open fields, but larger, more imposing creatures, their plumage so dark it seemed to absorb the very light around them. Their eyes, like polished jet, held a disconcerting depth, an ancient wisdom that seemed to penetrate the veil of her everyday consciousness. They would perch on the highest branches, their heads cocked, their gazes fixed upon her as she moved through the undergrowth, their silent vigil a constant, unnerving presence. Their cause, when they came, were not the casual calls of their kind, but carried a cryptic cadence, a language that seemed to resonate with the very pulse of the wild. Maeve found herself listening intently to these sounds, attempting to decipher their meaning. Were they warnings, guides, or simply the ambient noise of the ancient forest? She couldn't be sure, but she felt an undeniable connection to them, an understanding that transcended mere observation. They were more than just birds. They were sentinels, intermediaries between the tangible world she inhabited and the intangible, supernatural forces that seemed to stir around her. Their presence was a constant reminder that she was not alone, that her journey, though solitary in its outward appearance, was being overseen, perhaps even orchestrated, by powers far beyond her comprehension. They would appear without warning, a sudden flurry of black wings against the mist, only to melt back into the shadows as silently as they had arrived. Sometimes a single crow would detach itself from the parliament and fly a short distance ahead, as if to mark a path, only for the others to rejoin her moments later. This silent, unwavering vigilance was both reassuring and unsettling, a tangible manifestation of the unseen forces that seemed to be guiding her destiny. Maeve began to interpret their movements as signs. A sudden flurry of wings taking flight in a particular direction might indicate a safe passage, while a chorus of sharp, insistent caws could signal a hidden danger. She learned to read the subtle shifts in their posture, the direction of their gaze, as if they were relaying a silent commentary on her path. They were the eyes of the forest, the ancient spirits of the land made manifest in feathered form, their loyalty to her lineage a silent, unbroken pact across the ages. There were times when the sheer number of them, the unnerving stillness of their collective gaze, sent a shiver down her spine. It felt as though she was being judged, assessed by beings who held the secrets of time itself. Yet, their presence never felt malicious. It was a guardian's watch, a protective presence that kept her safe from the more overt dangers of the wild, and perhaps from dangers that were not of the natural world at all. They were a bridge between her and the ancient magic that permeated the woodlands, a constant, feathered reminder that her connection to this place ran deeper than she could yet understand. She would often speak to them, her voice a quiet murmur carried on the wind. "Are you watching me, old ones?" she would ask, her words lost in the rustle of leaves. "Do you know why I am here?" Their silent replies were in the flick of a wing, the tilt of a head, the piercing gaze that seemed to hold an ancient knowing. They were the keepers of the forest's secrets, and by extension, the keepers of hers. Their presence was a constant echo of her ancestors' legend, a living testament to the ancient pacts that bound her to this land and its unseen guardians. They were a parliament of wisdom, a council of shadows, and Maeve, the solitary wanderer, was their chosen charge, her every step observed by eyes that had witnessed the turning of ages. Their cause were the punctuation marks in the silent narrative of her unfolding destiny. Each sound a whisper of the ancient magic that continued to shape her path, drawn by an unseen force, a subtle but insistent pull that resonated with the depths of her being. Maeve found herself venturing further into the heart of the air woodlands than she ever had before. The trees here were titans, their colossal forms draped in centuries of moss and lichen, their branches reaching out like gnarled, arthritic fingers towards a sky perpetually veiled in mist. The air grew stiller, heavier, charged with a palpable energy that made the fine hairs on her arms stand on end. It was a place of profound peace, yet also one of imposing antiquity, a sanctuary that felt both sheltering and deeply, overwhelmingly ancient. She navigated a path that seemed to weave itself before her, a barely discernible trail winding between colossal oaks and the dark, silent sentinels of yew trees. It was as if the forest itself was parting to allow her passage, the undergrowth receding and the branches bending as she approached. The sunlight, when it managed to pierce the dense canopy, filtered through in dappled patterns, illuminating the thick carpet of moss that cushioned the forest floor, turning it into a tapestry of emerald hues. The silence here was profound, broken only by the soft whisper of her own footsteps and the distant melodic chirping of unseen birds, their songs echoing with an almost ethereal quality. As she drew closer to the heart of this hidden place, the energy intensified, vibrating through the ground, through the very air she breathed. It was a feeling of reverence, of forgotten purpose, a sacred hum that called to her, drawing her inexorably towards the center of its mystery. She felt a kinship with this place, a sense of belonging that she had never experienced before, a recognition that this was more than just a natural formation. It was a nexus of power, a sacred grove steeped in the magic of ages past. Then she saw it, a clearing bathed in a soft, diffused light that seemed to emanate from within the very air itself, and within the clearing, a testament to the enduring power of nature and time, stood a collection of ancient boughs, oak and yew. Their massive trunks and sturdy limbs had grown together over centuries, their branches entwined and fused, forming a natural edifice, a living cathedral sculpted by the slow, inexorable hand of time. The structure was organic yet monumental, a testament to the interconnectedness of life and the enduring strength of the natural world. It felt like a place where the veil between worlds was at its thinnest, where the whispers of forgotten gods might indeed be heard. The air within the grove was thick with a stillness that was not empty, but full, full of unspoken words, of ancient energies, of a latent power that hummed beneath the surface of reality. Maeve felt a profound sense of awe wash over her, a recognition of something sacred and deeply significant. This place felt like the heart of the forest, the source from which its magic flowed, and she sensed that her own untamed spirit resonated with its inherent power. It was a place of profound peace, a haven from the turmoil that often plagued her dreams. Yet it also exuded an aura of ancient power, a dormant strength that seemed to beckon her deeper into its mysteries. This was where the whispers of Ere converged, and where her own destiny was beginning to take root, nurtured by the very magic that sustained this ancient and swathed sanctuary. The intertwined boughs formed a living testament to endurance and connection, a symbolic echo of the lineage Maeve herself was destined to reclaim and embody. At the very heart of this sacred grove, nestled within the verdant embrace of the intertwined boughs, lay a weathered stone altar. It was ancient, its surface smoothed by the passage of countless seasons, draped in a thick, luxuriant shroud of emerald ivy that clung to its moss-covered stones like a second skin. The ivy seemed to pulse with a subtle, vibrant energy, its leaves catching the diffused sunlight and reflecting it with a soft, ethereal glow. The altar itself felt like a cornerstone of this ancient sanctuary, a focal point of the immense power that permeated the grove. It was a place that seemed to hum with a latent energy, a deep, resonant power that spoke of forgotten rituals and ancient communion. Nestled within the altar's mossy embrace, resting upon its weathered stone, was an object of immense significance. It was a sword, ancient and unblemished, its hilt carved with intricate, winding patterns that Maeve vaguely recognized from her fragmented dreams. The metal of the blade, though seemingly untouched by the ravages of time, seemed to pulse with a faint, latent energy, a subtle luminescence that set it apart from any ordinary weapon. It felt alive, a conduit for something ancient and profound. This was not just a relic, it was a symbol, a repository of history and power waiting to be rediscovered. The altar, with the sword resting upon it, was more than a mere stone structure. It was a nexus, a point where the mortal and the divine had once communed, a place where the spiritual currents of air converged. Maeve felt an overwhelming sense of recognition, a deep, innate understanding that her own lineage was profoundly rooted in this very spot. The air around the altar thrummed with an energy that was both potent and strangely familiar, a resonance that echoed the stirring within her own soul. It was as if the sword and the altar had been waiting for her, holding their breath across the centuries for her arrival. Her gaze was fixed upon the ancestral sword, a magnetism drawing her closer, her heart pounding in her chest with a mixture of trepidation and an undeniable sense of purpose. The moss that clung to the altar felt soft and yielding beneath her fingertips as she reached out, her hand trembling slightly. The sword itself was cool to the touch, its ancient metal humming with a silent power that seemed to course through her veins the moment her skin made contact. This was it, the culmination of a journey she hadn't fully understood until this moment. The sword, resting on the altar within the sacred grove, was the missing piece, the key to unlocking the mysteries that had haunted her for so long. It was the tangible manifestation of her heritage, a promise of the power and purpose that lay dormant within her, waiting for the touch of its rightful heir. The enigma of the entwined boughs had led her here to the altar of ages, and the destiny of the first Maeve was finally within reach. The warrior's unseen burden was a heavy cloak woven from threads of memory she did not possess and duties she did not yet comprehend. Maeve carried this invisible weight with her through the dappled sunlight and the lingering mists of Air's ancient woodlands. Her days were a solitary rhythm of foraging, of observing the subtle shifts in the wind, and of listening to the forest's myriad voices. But her nights were a battlefield. The emerald skies, once symbols of serenity, now tore open, bleeding into infernos that clawed at the venerable trees, reducing them to crackling pyres. The roar of phantom flames, the acrid bite of smoke that choked even in slumber, and the terrified shrieks of unseen creatures seared themselves into her consciousness. Through the suffocating haze, a voice would pierce the inferno. It was a voice that resonated with an immeasurable power, a torrent of ancient authority. Yet it was also steeped in a sorrow so profound it felt like the lament of the land itself. Return what was buried, it commanded, the words echoing not just in the dreamscape, but in the very marrow of her bones. And you will remember who you are. The command was a constant refrain, a relentless echo that clawed at the edges of her waking thoughts, a riddle whispered by a phantom from a time long past. Maeve knew with a certainty that bypassed rational thought that these were not mere phantasms conjured by an overactive imagination. They were fragments, shards of memory unearthed from the deep well of her ancestral past. They spoke of a cataclysm, a great sundering that had not only scarred the land of air, but had also fractured her lineage, scattering its power, its essence, its very identity to the winds of time. The weight of these unremembered events pressed upon her, a palpable burden that amplified the restless yearning within her soul, feeding the gnawing certainty that her current existence was but a shadow of a grander, more vital purpose. The spectral voice, though the harbinger of her torment, also held a sliver of hope, a promise of understanding, a clandestine map leading to a lost self. The recurring inferno was a visceral metaphor for a pivotal moment in her ancestors' history. The vibrant emerald of the sky, so intrinsically linked to the lifeblood of air, was being consumed by the insatiable hunger of destruction. It was a mirroring of the land's own suffering, a visual representation of the dimming of her ancestral line, its light gradually extinguished by the encroaching darkness. The ancient trees, enduring symbols of strength and continuity, were being reduced to ash, their colossal forms becoming fuel for a tragedy that transcended the physical realm. The sorrowful command whispered across the chasm of centuries was a desperate plea from a past self, a soul who understood the true cost of what had been lost and the absolute necessity of its recovery. She would often find herself tracing the gnarled patterns of bark on the ancient oaks, seeking answers in their weathered surfaces. She would run her fingers over the deep fissures, imagining the scars left by the very inferno that raged in her dreams. Did these silent sentinels, these titans of the forest, hold within them the memories of those fiery days? Had their roots been scorched by the same inferno that consumed her ancestors' lives? The silence of the woods, usually a sanctuary, now felt pregnant with unspoken narratives, a silent testament to the trials and tribulations of ages long past. The gentle rustling of leaves, once a soothing lullaby, now seemed to carry the frantic urgency of a forgotten cry for help, a desperate SOS from a time shrouded in oblivion. The spectral voice, with its duality of command and sorrow, was the most perplexing element of her nocturnal visions. It spoke of a forgotten duty, a buried truth that lay concealed, waiting to be unearthed. Return what was buried. The words resonated with an enigma. What had been buried? A tangible treasure, a sacred artifact, or perhaps something more profound, a secret, a lineage, or even a part of herself deliberately hidden away to protect it from the Ravacost of history. The subsequent phrase, "and you will remember who you are," served as the key, the elusive lock to the mystery of her own identity. It suggested that her true self was not an innate quality, but a lost inheritance, waiting to be reclaimed through this singular, significant act of retrieval. She would spend hours by the hidden streams that meandered through the forest, gazing into their clear, flowing waters. Her own reflection seemed secondary, as if she half expected to see not her own youthful face, but the spectral visage of the woman who haunted her sleep. She would trail her fingers through the cool, life-giving water, imagining it washing away the dust of centuries, meticulously revealing the hidden truths that lay concealed beneath the surface of time. The water, in its ceaseless, relentless journey, felt like a profound metaphor for time itself, an unstoppable flow that carried everything with it, yet also possessed the inherent power to cleanse, to reveal, and to restore. The weight of these unremembered events was a suffocating cloak, muffling the fleeting joys of her present existence and instilling a constant, unsettling undercurrent of unease. She felt like a stranger in her own life, a mere vessel carrying a cargo of forgotten purpose, a hollow echo of a life unlived. The recurring imagery of destruction, the bleeding skies, the burning trees, served as a constant, chilling reminder of the peril that had once threatened her world, and perhaps still did. It was more than just a personal torment. It felt like a premonition, a dire warning that the past was not merely a collection of fading memories, but a potent force, a spectral entity capable of impacting the present with devastating consequences. The ancestral power, which she felt stirring within her like a restless ember, was intrinsically and irrevocably linked to this tumultuous history, a legacy forged in the crucible of both profound triumph and devastating tragedy. The more she dreamt, the more she felt the inexorable tug of this ancestral destiny, a call to a responsibility she could no longer ignore, a duty that demanded her attention and her commitment. The dreams were a burden, undoubtedly a heavy load for her young shoulders, but they also served as a guiding light, illuminating a path towards understanding, a path that led directly through the heart of a forgotten past, a path that demanded courage and a willingness to confront the shadows of her heritage. The parliament of crows that seemed to shadow her every move was more than just an avian entourage. They were silent sentinels, an obsidian council observing her journey. These were not the common, skittish birds of the open meadows, but larger, more imposing creatures, their plumage a darkness so profound it seemed to absorb the very light that dared to touch it. Their eyes, like polished jet, held a disconcerting depth, an ancient wisdom that seemed to penetrate the veil of her everyday consciousness, gazing directly into the core of her being. They would perch on the highest branches, their heads cocked with an unnerving attentiveness, their gazes fixed upon her as she moved through the dense undergrowth. Their silent vigil was a constant, unnerving presence, a palpable reminder that she was never truly alone. When they did call, their calls were not the casual, mundane sounds of their kind. Instead, they carried a cryptic cadence, a language that seemed to resonate with the very pulse of the wild, an ancient dialect spoken only by those who were intrinsically connected to the primal forces of nature. Maeve found herself listening intently to these sounds, her mind straining to decipher their hidden meaning. Were they warnings of impending danger, guides to hidden paths, or simply the ambient noise of the ancient forest, a symphony of natural sounds? She couldn't be certain, but she felt an undeniable, almost visceral connection to them, an understanding that transcended mere observation. They were more than just birds. They were sentinels, intermediaries between the tangible world she inhabited and the intangible, supernatural forces that seemed to stir and awaken around her. Their presence was a constant, irrefutable reminder that her solitary journey was being overseen, perhaps even orchestrated, by powers far beyond her comprehension. They would appear without warning, a sudden flurry of black wings against the pervasive mist, only to melt back into the shadows as silently and as mysteriously as they had arrived. At times, a single crow would detach itself from the parliament and fly a short distance ahead, as if to mark a safe passage, only for the others to rejoin her moments later, their numbers seemingly undiminished. This silent, unwavering vigilance was both reassuring and deeply unsettling, a tangible manifestation of the unseen forces that seemed to be guiding her destiny, a silent affirmation that she was on the precipice of something significant. Maeve began to interpret their movements as omens, as signs etched in the language of the wild. A sudden flurry of wings taking flight in a particular direction might indicate a safe passage through treacherous terrain, while a chorus of sharp, insistent caws could signal a hidden danger lurking just beyond her sight. She learned to read the subtle shifts in their posture, the direction of their collective gaze, as if they were relaying a silent commentary on her chosen path, offering subtle advice that she was slowly learning to interpret. They were the eyes of the forest, the ancient spirits of the land made manifest in feathered form, their loyalty to her lineage, a silent, unbroken pact that had endured across the ages. There were moments when the sheer number of them, the unnerving stillness of their collective gaze, sent a primal shiver down her spine. It felt as though she was being scrutinized, assessed by beings who held the secrets of time itself within their ancient eyes. Yet, their presence never felt malicious, never carried the taint of true malice. It was the unwavering watch of a guardian, a protective presence that seemed to keep her safe from the more overt dangers of the wild, and perhaps from dangers that were not of the natural world at all, but of a more spectral, insidious origin. They were the bridge between her and the ancient magic that permeated the woodlands, a constant, feathered reminder that her connection to this place ran deeper than she could yet fully comprehend, a lineage etched into the very fabric of air. She would often speak to them, her voice a quiet murmur carried on the wind, a whispered conversation with the unseen. Are you watching me, old ones? She would ask, her words lost in the rustle of leaves, swallowed by the immensity of the forest. Do you know why I am here? Do you understand the path I walk? Their silent replies were in the flick of a wing, the subtle tilt of a head, the piercing gaze that seemed to hold an ancient, unfathomable knowing. They were the keepers of the forest's deepest secrets, and by extension, the keepers of hers. Their presence was a constant echo of her ancestors' legendary status, a living testament to the ancient pacts that bound her to this land and its unseen guardians. They were a parliament of wisdom, a council of shadows, and Maeve, the solitary wanderer, was their chosen charge, her every step observed by eyes that had witnessed the turning of ages, by beings who held the memory of the world. Their cause were the punctuation marks in the silent, unfolding narrative of her destiny, each sound a whisper of the ancient magic that continued to shape her path, guiding her towards an unknown yet inevitable future. Drawn by an unseen force, a subtle but insistent pull that resonated with the deepest depths of her being, Maeve found herself venturing further into the heart of the air woodlands than she ever had before. The trees here were titans, their colossal forms draped in centuries of moss and lichen, their branches reaching out like gnarled, arthritic fingers towards a sky perpetually veiled in mist. The air grew stiller, heavier, charged with a palpable energy that made the fine hairs on her arms stand on end, prickling with an awareness of something ancient and powerful. It was a place of profound, almost sacred peace, yet also one of imposing antiquity, a sanctuary that felt both sheltering and deeply, overwhelmingly ancient, a place where time itself seemed to slow and deepen. She navigated a path that seemed to weave itself before her, a barely discernible trail winding between colossal oaks and the dark, silent sentinels of yew trees. It was as if the forest itself was parting to allow her passage, the undergrowth receding and the branches bending in a silent obeisance as she approached. The sunlight, when it managed to pierce the dense canopy, filtered through in dappled patterns, illuminating the thick carpet of moss that cushioned the forest floor, transforming it into a living tapestry of vibrant emerald hues. The silence here was profound, an almost tangible entity, broken only by the soft whisper of her own footsteps and the distant, melodic chirping of unseen birds, their songs echoing with an almost ethereal quality, as if they were singing hymns to the ancient heart of the woods. As she drew closer to the heart of this hidden place, the energy intensified, vibrating through the ground, through the very air she breathed. It was a feeling of profound reverence, of forgotten purpose, a sacred hum that called to her, drawing her inexorably towards the center of its mystery. She felt a deep kinship with this place, a sense of belonging that she had never experienced before in her solitary life, a profound recognition that this was more than just a natural formation. It was a nexus of power, a sacred grove steeped in the potent magic of ages past, a place where the veil between the mortal and the mystical was at its thinnest. Then she saw it, a clearing bathed in a soft, diffused light that seemed to emanate from within the very air itself, as if the atmosphere itself was glowing, and within the clearing, a testament to the enduring power of nature and the slow, inexorable hand of time, stood a collection of ancient boughs, oak and yew. Their massive trunks and sturdy limbs had grown together over centuries, their branches entwined and fused, forming a natural edifice, a living cathedral sculpted by the slow, inexorable hand of time. The structure was organic, yet monumental, a testament to the interconnectedness of life and the enduring strength of the natural world. It felt like a place where the veil between worlds was at its thinnest, a sacred space where the whispers of forgotten gods might indeed be heard, a place of profound spiritual significance. The air within the grove was thick with a stillness that was not empty, but full, full of unspoken words, of ancient energies, of a latent power that hummed beneath the surface of reality, a resonant energy that permeated every leaf, every stone. Maeve felt a profound sense of awe wash over her, a recognition of something sacred and deeply significant, a spiritual awakening. This place felt like the heart of the forest, the source from which its magic flowed, and she sensed that her own untamed spirit resonated with its inherent power, a deep, innate connection that transcended words. It was a place of profound peace, a haven from the turmoil that often plagued her dreams. Yet it also exuded an aura of ancient power, a dormant strength that seemed to beckon her deeper into its mysteries. This was where the whispers of air converged, and where her own destiny was beginning to take root, nurtured by the very magic that sustained this ancient and swathed sanctuary. The intertwined boughs formed a living testament to endurance and connection, a symbolic echo of the lineage Maeve herself was destined to reclaim and embody, a living prophecy waiting to be fulfilled. At the very heart of this sacred grove, nestled within the verdant embrace of the intertwined boughs, lay a weathered stone altar. It was ancient, its surface smoothed by the passage of countless seasons, draped in a thick, luxuriant shroud of emerald ivy that clung to its moss-covered stones like a second skin. The ivy seemed to pulse with a subtle, vibrant energy, its leaves catching the diffused sunlight and reflecting it with a soft, ethereal glow. The altar itself felt like a cornerstone of this ancient sanctuary, a focal point of the immense power that permeated the grove. It was a place that seemed to hum with a latent energy, a deep, resonant power that spoke of forgotten rituals and ancient communion, a place where the past and the present converged. Nestled within the altar's mossy embrace, resting upon its weathered stone, was an object of immense significance. It was a sword, ancient and unblemished, its hilt carved with intricate, winding patterns that Maeve vaguely recognized from her fragmented dreams, symbols that held a deep resonance within her soul. The metal of the blade, though seemingly untouched by the ravages of time, seemed to pulse with a faint, latent energy, a subtle luminescence that set it apart from any ordinary weapon. It felt alive, a conduit for something ancient and profound, a vessel of power waiting to be awakened. This was not just a relic, it was a symbol, a repository of history and power, waiting to be rediscovered, waiting for its rightful wielder. The altar, with the sword resting upon it, was more than a mere stone structure. It was a nexus, a point where the mortal and the divine had once communioned, a place where the spiritual currents of air converged. Maeve felt an overwhelming sense of recognition, a deep, innate understanding that her own lineage was profoundly rooted in this very spot, that her ancestors had stood here, perhaps in this very clearing, performing ancient rites. The air around the altar thrummed with an energy that was both potent and strangely familiar, a resonance that echoed the stirring within her own soul, a calling that she could no longer ignore. It was as if the sword and the altar had been waiting for her, holding their breath across the centuries for her arrival, a silent testament to a destiny long foreseen. Her gaze was fixed upon the ancestral sword, a magnetism drawing her closer, her heart pounding in her chest with a mixture of trepidation and an undeniable sense of purpose, a feeling that she was finally where she was meant to be. The moss that clung to the altar felt soft and yielding beneath her fingertips as she reached out, her hand trembling slightly, a physical manifestation of the profound emotions surging within her. The sword itself was cool to the touch, its ancient metal humming with a silent power that seemed to course through her veins the moment her skin made contact, a jolt of ancient energy that connected her to her past. This was it, the culmination of a journey she hadn't fully understood until this moment. the answer to the whispers that had haunted her dreams. The sword, resting on the altar within the sacred grove, was the missing piece, the key to unlocking the mysteries that had tormented her for so long. It was the tangible manifestation of her heritage, a promise of the power and purpose that lay dormant within her, waiting for the touch of its rightful heir, waiting for the warrior's unseen burden to be acknowledged, and perhaps, at last, to be lifted. The Parliament of Crows, a constantly shifting tapestry of obsidian wings against the muted emerald of the canopy, was a presence Maeve had grown accustomed to, yet it never ceased to stir a profound sense of otherworldliness within her. They were not the common corvids that squabbled over discarded scraps in the rare clearings. These were creatures of a different order, larger, more robust. Their plumage possessed a depth of blackness that seemed to drink the light, rendering them as much a part of the shadows as the ancient trees themselves. Their eyes, like polished jet, held a disquieting luminescence, not of reflection, but of an inner light, a spark of ancient intelligence that seemed to pierce through the ephemeral veil of her present consciousness, reaching into the very core of her being. They would materialize without preamble, a sudden, silent eruption of movement from the dense foliage, only to melt back into the obscurity as if they had never been. One moment, the air would be still. The next, a dozen or more of them would be perched on the highest branches, their heads cocked in an unnerving unison, their collective gaze fixed upon her. This silent, unwavering vigil was a constant, palpable reminder that her solitary journey was an observed one. It was a comfort, of sorts, knowing she was not entirely alone in the vastness of air's untamed heart. But it was also deeply unsettling. The weight of their attention felt like a tangible thing pressing down upon her as she moved through the whispering undergrowth, as if she were a specimen under examination, her every step, her every breath being catalogued by this silent, feathered council. When they did break their silence, their vocalizations were far from the casual, cacophonous calls of their mundane kin. Their caws were modulated, imbued with a rhythm and intonation that suggested a deliberate, almost conversational cadence. It was a language that resonated with the very pulse of the wild, an ancient dialect spoken by those intrinsically connected to the primal forces of nature, a language Maeve found herself straining to decipher. Were these pronouncements of warning, subtle guidance towards safer paths, or simply the ambient symphony of a forest that held more secrets than she could ever fathom? She couldn't be certain, but an undeniable, almost visceral connection seemed to bind her to these sounds. They were more than just birds. They were intermediaries, bridging the gap between the tangible world she navigated and the intangible, supernatural forces that seemed to stir and awaken around her, drawing her deeper into their mysteries. There were times when a single crow would detach itself from the parliament, gliding a short distance ahead of her, as if charting a course through the tangled roots and fallen logs. It would perch upon a low-hanging branch, its obsidian gaze meeting hers for a fleeting moment, a silent beacon before it took flight again, rejoining the larger assembly that continued its ceaseless watch. This silent, unflagging escort was both reassuring and profoundly unnerving. It was a tangible manifestation of the unseen forces that seemed to be guiding her destiny, a silent affirmation that she was treading a path steeped in significance, a path orchestrated by powers far beyond her comprehension. The sheer number of them, their unnerving stillness, sent a primal shiver down her spine more often than not. It felt as though she was being scrutinized, assessed by beings who held the secrets of time itself within their ancient eyes. Yet, their presence never carried the taint of malice. It was the unwavering watch of a guardian, a protective aura that seemed to shield her from the more overt dangers of the wild, and perhaps from dangers that were not of the natural world at all, but of a more spectral, insidious origin. They were the eyes of the forest, the ancient spirits of the land made manifest in feathered form, their loyalty to her lineage, a silent, unbroken pact that had endured across the ages, a living testament to the ancient pacts that bound her to this land and its unseen guardians. Maeve found herself speaking to them, her voice a quiet murmur carried on the wind, a whispered conversation with the unseen. "Are you watching me, old ones?" she would ask, her words swallowed by the immensity of the forest, lost in the rustle of leaves that sounded like hushed secrets. "Do you know why I am here? Do you understand the path I walk?" Their silent replies were in the flick of a wing, the subtle tilt of a head, the piercing gaze that seemed to hold an ancient, unfathomable knowing. They were the keepers of the forest's deepest secrets, and by extension, the keepers of hers. Their presence was a constant echo of her ancestors' legendary status, a living testament to the ancient pacts that bound her to this land and its unseen guardians. They were a parliament of wisdom, a council of shadows, and Maeve, the solitary wanderer, was their chosen charge, her every step observed by eyes that had witnessed the turning of ages, by beings who held the memory of the world. Their cause were the punctuation marks in the silent, unfolding narrative of her destiny, each sound a whisper of the ancient magic that continued to shape her path, guiding her towards an unknown yet inevitable future. The deeper Maeve ventured into the heart of Air's ancient woodlands, the more profound the presence of the sentinel crows became. They were not merely an accompaniment, they were an integral part of the landscape, as much a feature of the forest as the towering oaks and the deep, shadowed glens. Their synchronized movements, the way they would alight and take flight in unison, spoke of a shared consciousness, a unified purpose that seemed to direct their every action. It was as if they were a single, vast entity, its collective mind focused entirely on her journey. One crisp morning, as the mist still clung to the forest floor like a ghostly shroud, Maeve found herself traversing a particularly dense section of woodland. The trees here were ancient giants, their colossal forms draped in centuries of moss and lichen, their branches reaching out like gnarled, arthritic fingers towards a sky perpetually veiled in mist. The air grew stiller, heavier, charged with a palpable energy that made the fine hairs on her arms stand on end, prickling with an awareness of something ancient and powerful. It was a place of profound, almost sacred peace, yet also one of imposing antiquity, a sanctuary that felt both sheltering and deeply, overwhelmingly ancient, a place where time itself seemed to slow and deepen as she navigated a path that seemed to weave itself before her, a barely discernible trail winding between colossal oaks and the dark, silent sentinels of yew trees. The crows were particularly active. They flitted from branch to branch, their movements swift and silent, their eyes following her every step. It was as if the forest itself was parting to allow her passage, the undergrowth receding and the branches bending in a silent obeisance as she approached, with the crows acting as heralds, announcing her arrival. The sunlight, when it managed to pierce the dense canopy, filtered through in dappled patterns, illuminating the thick carpet of moss that cushioned the forest floor, transforming it into a living tapestry of vibrant emerald hues. The silence here was profound, an almost tangible entity, broken only by the soft whisper of her own footsteps and the distant melodic chirping of unseen birds, their songs echoing with an almost ethereal quality, as if they were singing hymns to the ancient heart of the woods. As she drew closer to the heart of this hidden place, the energy intensified, vibrating through the ground, through the very air she breathed. It was a feeling of profound reverence, of forgotten purpose, a sacred hum that called to her, drawing her inexorably towards the center of its mystery. She felt a deep kinship with this place, a sense of belonging that she had never experienced before in her solitary life, a profound recognition that this was more than just a natural formation. It was a nexus of power, a sacred grove steeped in the potent magic of ages past, a place where the veil between the mortal and the mystical was at its thinnest. And then she saw it, a clearing, bathed in a soft, diffused light that seemed to emanate from within the very air itself, as if the atmosphere itself was glowing. And within the clearing, a testament to the enduring power of nature and the slow, inexorable hand of time, stood a collection of ancient boughs, oak and yew. Their massive trunks and sturdy limbs had grown together over centuries, their branches entwined and fused, forming a natural edifice, a living cathedral sculpted by the slow, inexorable hand of time. The structure was organic, yet monumental, a testament to the interconnectedness of life and the enduring strength of the natural world. It felt like a place where the veil between worlds was at its thinnest, a sacred space where the whispers of forgotten gods might indeed be heard, a place of profound spiritual significance. The air within the grove was thick with a stillness that was not empty, but full, full of unspoken words, of ancient energies, of a latent power that hummed beneath the surface of reality, a resonant energy that permeated every leaf, every stone. Maeve felt a profound sense of awe wash over her, a recognition of something sacred and deeply significant, a spiritual awakening. This place felt like the heart of the forest, the source from which its magic flowed, and she sensed that her own untamed spirit resonated with its inherent power, a deep, innate connection that transcended words. It was a place of profound peace, a haven from the turmoil that often plagued her dreams. Yet it also exuded an aura of ancient power, a dormant strength that seemed to beckon her deeper into its mysteries. This was where the whispers of air converged, and where her own destiny was beginning to take root, nurtured by the very magic that sustained this ancient and swathed sanctuary. The intertwined boughs formed a living testament to endurance and connection, a symbolic echo of the lineage Maeve herself was destined to reclaim and embody, a living prophecy waiting to be fulfilled. Throughout this revelation, the sentinel crows remained at the perimeter of the clearing. They did not enter the sacred space, but instead formed a silent, watchful cordon, their obsidian eyes fixed on the scene unfolding within. Their stillness was absolute, their patience seemingly infinite. It was as if they were acknowledging the sacredness of the place, respecting its sanctity while continuing their unyielding vigil. Their presence here, at the threshold of this revelation, felt like a final endorsement, a silent pronouncement that this was indeed the place, and she, the one for whom it had been kept. Their cryptic language, their ancient wisdom, had led her here, not through direct instruction, but through a subtle, guiding presence, a constant reassurance that she was on the right path, even when the path itself was shrouded in mystery. They were more than just observers, they were custodians of this secret, guardians of a truth that was now on the verge of being unveiled. At the very heart of this sacred grove, nestled within the verdant embrace of the intertwined boughs, lay a weathered stone altar. It was ancient, its surface smoothed by the passage of countless seasons, draped in a thick, luxuriant shroud of emerald ivy that clung to its moss-covered stones like a second skin. The ivy seemed to pulse with a subtle, vibrant energy, its leaves catching the diffused sunlight and reflecting it with a soft, ethereal glow. The altar itself felt like a cornerstone of this ancient sanctuary, a focal point of the immense power that permeated the grove. It was a place that seemed to hum with a latent energy, a deep, resonant power that spoke of forgotten rituals and ancient communion, a place where the past and the present converged. The sentinel crows, though silent and still, seemed to emanate a concentrated energy in this moment, their collective gaze unwavering, as if they too were holding their breath in anticipation. Nestled within the altar's mossy embrace, resting upon its weathered stone, was an object of immense significance. It was a sword, ancient and unblemished, its hilt carved with intricate, winding patterns that Maeve vaguely recognized from her fragmented dreams, symbols that held a deep resonance within her soul. The metal of the blade, though seemingly untouched by the ravages of time, seemed to pulse with a faint, latent energy, a subtle luminescence that set it apart from any ordinary weapon. It felt alive, a conduit for something ancient and profound, a vessel of power waiting to be awakened. This was not just a relic, it was a symbol, a repository of history and power waiting to be rediscovered, waiting for its rightful wielder. The silent sentinels outside the grove seemed to shift, a rustle of wings echoing the profound stillness within, their watch unbroken, their purpose undeniable. The altar, with the sword resting upon it, was more than a mere stone structure. It was a nexus, a point where the mortal and the divine had once communioned, a place where the spiritual currents of air converged. Maeve felt an overwhelming sense of recognition, a deep, innate understanding that her own lineage was profoundly rooted in this very spot, that her ancestors had stood here, perhaps in this very clearing, performing ancient rites. The air around the altar thrummed with an energy that was both potent and strangely familiar, a resonance that echoed the stirring within her own soul, a calling that she could no longer ignore. It was as if the sword and the altar had been waiting for her, holding their breath across the centuries for her arrival, a silent testament to a destiny long foreseen. The sentinel crows continued their unwavering watch, their presence a confirmation that this sacred convergence was not a mere accident, but a fated appointment. Guided by the very forces they represented, her gaze was fixed upon the ancestral sword, a magnetism drawing her closer, her heart pounding in her chest with a mixture of trepidation and an undeniable sense of purpose, a feeling that she was finally where she was meant to be. The moss that clung to the altar felt soft and yielding beneath her fingertips as she reached out, her hand trembling slightly, a physical manifestation of the profound emotions surging within her. The sword itself was cool to the touch, its ancient metal humming with a silent power that seemed to course through her veins the moment her skin made contact, a jolt of ancient energy that connected her to her past. This was it, the culmination of a journey she hadn't fully understood until this moment, the answer to the whispers that had haunted her dreams. The sword, resting on the altar within the sacred grove, was the missing piece, the key to unlocking the mysteries that had tormented her for so long. It was the tangible manifestation of her heritage, a promise of the power and purpose that lay dormant within her, waiting for the touch of its rightful heir, waiting for the warrior's unseen burden to be acknowledged, and perhaps at last to be lifted. The sentinel crows, in their silent, watchful wisdom, seemed to nod, their collective presence a final, affirming statement of her destiny. The air within the grove was thick with a stillness that was not empty, but full, full of unspoken words, of ancient energies, of a latent power that hummed beneath the surface of reality. Maeve felt a profound sense of awe wash over her, a recognition of something sacred and deeply significant, a spiritual awakening. This place felt like the heart of the forest, the source from which its magic flowed, and she sensed that her own untamed spirit resonated with its inherent power, a deep, innate connection that transcended words. It was a place of profound peace, a haven from the turmoil that often plagued her dreams. Yet it also exuded an aura of ancient power, a dormant strength that seemed to beckon her deeper into its mysteries. This was where the whispers of air converged, and where her own destiny was beginning to take root, nurtured by the very magic that sustained this ancient and swathed sanctuary. The intertwined boughs formed a living testament to endurance and connection, a symbolic echo of the lineage Maeve herself was destined to reclaim and embody, a living prophecy waiting to be fulfilled. Throughout this revelation, the sentinel crows remained at the perimeter of the clearing. They did not enter the sacred space, but instead formed a silent, watchful cordon, their obsidian eyes fixed on the scene unfolding within. Their stillness was absolute, their patience seemingly infinite. It was as if they were acknowledging the sacredness of the place, respecting its sanctity while continuing their unyielding vigil. Their presence here, at the threshold of this revelation, felt like a final endorsement, a silent pronouncement that this was indeed the place, and she, the one for whom it had been kept. Their cryptic language, their ancient wisdom, had led her here not through direct instruction, but through a subtle, guiding presence, a constant reassurance that she was on the right path, even when the path itself was shrouded in mystery. They were more than just observers. They were custodians of this secret, guardians of a truth that was now on the verge of being unveiled. At the very heart of this sacred grove, nestled within the verdant embrace of the intertwined boughs, lay a weathered stone altar. It was ancient, its surface smoothed by the passage of countless seasons, draped in a thick, luxuriant shroud of emerald ivy that clung to its moss-covered stones like a second skin. The ivy seemed to pulse with a subtle, vibrant energy, its leaves catching the diffused sunlight and reflecting it with a soft, ethereal glow. The altar itself felt like a cornerstone of this ancient sanctuary, a focal point of the immense power that permeated the grove. It was a place that seemed to hum with a latent energy, a deep, resonant power that spoke of forgotten rituals and ancient communion, a place where the past and the present converged. The sentinel crows, though silent and still, seemed to emanate a concentrated energy in this moment, their collective gaze unwavering, as if they too were holding their breath in anticipation. Nestled within the altar's mossy embrace, resting upon its weathered stone, was an object of immense significance. It was a sword, ancient and unblemished, its hilt carved with intricate, winding patterns that Maeve vaguely recognized from her fragmented dreams, symbols that held a deep resonance within her soul. The metal of the blade, though seemingly untouched by the ravages of time, seemed to pulse with a faint, latent energy, a subtle luminescence that set it apart from any ordinary weapon. It felt alive, a conduit for something ancient and profound, a vessel of power waiting to be awakened. This was not just a relic, it was a symbol, a repository of history and power, waiting to be rediscovered, waiting for its rightful wielder. The silent sentinels outside the grove seemed to shift, a rustle of wings echoing the profound stillness within, their watch unbroken, their purpose undeniable. The altar, with the sword resting upon it, was more than a mere stone structure. It was a nexus, a point where the mortal and the divine had once communioned, a place where the spiritual currents of air converged. Maeve felt an overwhelming sense of recognition, a deep, innate understanding that her own lineage was profoundly rooted in this very spot, that her ancestors had stood here, perhaps in this very clearing, performing ancient rites. The air around the altar thrummed with an energy that was both potent and strangely familiar, a resonance that echoed the stirring within her own soul, a calling that she could no longer ignore. It was as if the sword and the altar had been waiting for her, holding their breath across the centuries for her arrival, a silent testament to a destiny long foreseen. The sentinel crows continued their unwavering watch, their presence a confirmation that this sacred convergence was not a mere accident, but a fated appointment. Guided by the very forces they represented, her gaze was fixed upon the ancestral sword, a magnetism drawing her closer, her heart pounding in her chest with a mixture of trepidation and an undeniable sense of purpose, a feeling that she was finally where she was meant to be. The moss that clung to the altar felt soft and yielding beneath her fingertips as she reached out, her hand trembling slightly, a physical manifestation of the profound emotions surging within her. The sword itself was cool to the touch, its ancient metal humming with a silent power that seemed to course through her veins the moment her skin made contact, a jolt of ancient energy that connected her to her past. This was it, the culmination of a journey she hadn't fully understood until this moment, the answer to the whispers that had haunted her dreams. The sword, resting on the altar within the sacred grove, was the missing piece, the key to unlocking the mysteries that had tormented her for so long. It was the tangible manifestation of her heritage, a promise of the power and purpose that lay dormant within her, waiting for the touch of its rightful heir, waiting for the warrior's unseen burden to be acknowledged, and perhaps at last to be lifted. The sentinel crows, in their silent, watchful wisdom, seemed to nod, their collective presence a final, affirming statement of her destiny. The interconnectedness of the boughs was more than a mere visual spectacle. It felt like a living, breathing entity, a testament to the enduring strength and resilience of nature. The gnarled oak, its bark like the wrinkled skin of an elder, had seamlessly melded with the dark, stoic yew, their branches weaving together with an organic grace that defied the passage of time. It was as if they had grown in tandem, their roots intertwined beneath the earth, their crowns reaching for the sky as one. The very air around them seemed to hum with a palpable life force, a deep, resonant energy that spoke of centuries of growth, of countless seasons weathered, of secrets whispered between bark and leaf. Maeve felt a profound sense of belonging within this natural cathedral, a feeling that she was finally home in a place that had been waiting for her, the place that recognized a kindred spirit within her own soul. The silence here was not an absence of sound, but a fullness of being, a profound resonance that permeated her very core. As she stood before the altar, the sentinel crows remained a silent, watchful presence at the edge of the clearing. They were the gatekeepers, the guardians of this sacred space, their presence a silent affirmation of its significance, their unblinking gaze, fixed upon Maeve and the sword, seemed to hold an ancient wisdom, a knowledge of the lineage that had brought her to this very spot. It was as if they were conferring their ancient blessing, their silent approval for what was about to transpire. The subtle shift in their posture, the almost imperceptible rustle of their obsidian wings, spoke of an anticipation that mirrored her own, a shared understanding of the pivotal moment unfolding. They were the echoes of her ancestors, the living embodiment of the ancient pacts that bound her to this land and its magic. The weight of centuries seemed to press down upon Maeve as she reached for the sword, her fingers, tracing the intricate carvings on the hilt, felt a surge of forgotten memories, fragments of a life lived long ago, of hands that had gripped this very hilt, of a destiny that had been forged in this sacred grove. The metal, cool and smooth beneath her touch, seemed to absorb the warmth of her skin, as if it were awakening from a long slumber. A faint luminescence emanated from the blade, a soft, ethereal glow that cast a shimmering light upon the moss-covered altar. It was more than just a weapon. It was a key, a conduit to a power that lay dormant within her, a power that had been passed down through generations, waiting for this moment, waiting for her touch. The very air in the grove seemed to thicken, imbued with a potent energy that resonated with the awakening power within the sword and within Maeve herself. The intertwined boughs, like ancient sentinels, seemed to lean in closer, their leaves rustling with a hushed anticipation. The dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy appeared to intensify, casting a golden hue upon the scene, as if the heavens themselves were bearing witness to this profound moment. Maeve felt an undeniable connection to this place, to the sword, to the ancient lineage that had led her here. It was as if the forest itself was breathing with her, its ancient heart beating in rhythm with her own quickening pulse. The sanctuary was more than just a physical space. It was a confluence of time, memory, and magic. The intertwined boughs, reaching towards the sky like the arms of ancient gods, seemed to whisper secrets of ages past, of forgotten rituals and sacred ceremonies. The moss that carpeted the ground, a vibrant emerald tapestry, seemed to thrum with a latent energy, a silent testament to the life force that pulsed through this hidden haven. Maeve felt an overwhelming sense of peace settle over her, a profound stillness that calmed the turmoil that had long resided within her soul. Yet, beneath this tranquility lay an undeniable current of power, a dormant strength that seemed to stir and awaken with her every breath. It was as if she had stepped across a threshold, leaving the mundane world behind and entering a realm where magic and destiny were inextricably woven. The sentinel crows, their obsidian eyes reflecting the ethereal glow of the sword, continued their vigil, their presence a silent affirmation of Maeve's rightful place in this sacred grove. They were the keepers of this secret, the ancient guardians who had guided her here, their silent wisdom leading her to the very heart of her heritage. Their unwavering watch was a promise, a reassurance that she was not alone in this journey, that the ancient powers of air stood with her. The weight of their collective gaze was not one of judgment, but of profound recognition, a silent acknowledgement of the lineage that flowed through her veins. As Maeve's hand closed around the hilt of the sword, a tremor ran through the ancient grove. The leaves of the oak and yew rustled in unison, as if in greeting. The latent energy that had permeated the air coalesced, focusing on the point of contact between her and the sword. It was a moment of profound connection, a bridging of the gap between past and present, between the mortal and the magical. The sword, an artifact of immense power, seemed to resonate with her own inner strength, a symbiotic awakening that promised to unlock the hidden potential within her. This was not merely a discovery, it was a rebirth, a reclaiming of a destiny that had been waiting for her across the vast expanse of time. The intertwined boughs, the ancient altar, the watchful crows, they were all witnesses to this momentous occasion, the silent heralds of Maeve's true calling, the commencement of her role as the inheritor of an ancient legacy, a legacy that was now, quite literally, in her hands. The faint glow emanating from the sword intensified, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to embrace her, a silent embrace from the very essence of the forest, welcoming her home. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a symphony of ancient forces converging, all focused on the solitary figure standing at the heart of this sacred nexus, about to embrace the warrior's unseen burden. The chill of the ancient stone seeped through Maeve's fingertips, a testament to the untold ages the altar had stood, a silent sentinel at the heart of this hallowed grove. It wasn't just rock and moss, it was a chronicle etched in earth and time, each fissure a whispered story, each verdant tendril of ivy a testament to enduring life. The emerald shroud, so vibrant it seemed to capture the very essence of the forest's soul, clung to the altar's weathered flanks like a cloak woven by the Fae themselves. It wasn't merely decoration. Maeve sensed a life force thrumming within its leaves, a subtle luminescence that pulsed in harmony with the sword resting upon it. This wasn't just a place of reverence, it was a crucible, a focal point where the ethereal currents of air converged, creating a nexus of power so profound it seemed to anchor the very sky above. Here, the veil between worlds was thinnest, and the whispers of her ancestors, long lost to the clamor of mortal life, could finally reach her. The altar was the physical manifestation of a destiny she was only beginning to comprehend, a beacon in the fog of her past, guiding her towards a truth buried beneath centuries of silence. The sword, nestled within the embrace of the ivy, was a vision of ethereal beauty and raw, untamed power. Its hilt, a masterpiece of ancient craftsmanship, bore intricate, winding patterns that Maeve recognized from the deepest recesses of her fragmented dreams. These weren't mere carvings, they were sigils, glyphs imbued with forgotten lore, each curve and spiral a key to unlocking hidden chambers of her own nascent abilities. The metal of the blade, impossibly untouched by the gnawing tooth of time, seemed to thrum with a silent, potent energy. It wasn't the cold, inert gleam of common steel. This was a living luminescence, a faint, inner light that pulsed with a life of its own, as if the very essence of air's magic had been forged into its very core. It felt less like an object and more like a being, a sentient artifact waiting for the touch of its destined wielder. The air around it shimmered, distorting the light, hinting at the immense power coiled within, a power that resonated with the ancient call within Maeve's own blood. This wasn't merely a relic, it was a conduit, a bridge, connecting her to a heritage she was only now beginning to grasp, a heritage that pulsed in the very marrow of her bones. The sentinel crows, those silent, obsidian sentinels, remained at the periphery, their collective gaze unwavering, their stillness a profound acknowledgement of the sacred communion taking place. They were the silent witnesses, the ancient guardians who had guided her here, their presence a testament to the fated nature of this encounter. The weight of millennia seemed to press down on Maeve as her fingers tentatively brushed against the cool, smooth metal of the sword's hilt. It was an electric touch, a jolt that sent a cascade of forgotten memories flooding through her mind. Visions flickered like embers in the darkness, hands, strong and sure, gripping this very hilt. Fierce battles fought under star-dusted skies, hushed whispers exchanged in this very clearing, echoing with the solemnity of ancient oaths. These weren't mere echoes, they were tangible fragments of lives lived, of destinies interwoven with the very fabric of this place. The sword seemed to absorb the warmth of her touch, a languid awakening from a slumber that had spanned countless generations, a faint luminescence, as if drawn from the captured moonlight of forgotten nights, bloomed across the blade, casting an ethereal glow upon the moss-laden altar. It was more than a weapon. It was a repository of her lineage, a tangible promise of the power that lay dormant within her, a power that had been waiting patiently across the vast expanse of time for this very moment, for her touch. The intricate carvings on the hilt felt impossibly familiar, resonating with a deep, almost instinctual recognition, as if her soul had known them even before her mind could comprehend. The very air in the grove seemed to thicken, charged with an unseen energy that mirrored the awakening power within the sword, and more profoundly, within Maeve herself. The ancient boughs of the oak and yew, their branches intertwined in a timeless embrace, seemed to lean in closer, their leaves rustling with a hushed, reverent anticipation. The dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy, already soft and diffused, appeared to intensify, bathing the scene in a warm, golden hue, as if the heavens themselves were bearing witness to this profound convergence of past and present, mortal and myth. Maeve felt an undeniable, visceral connection to this sacred space, to the ancestral sword, and to the ancient lineage that had woven a tapestry of destiny, leading her inexorably to this hallowed ground. It was as if the forest itself was breathing with her, its ancient heart beating in a slow, resonant rhythm with her own quickening pulse, a shared awakening that transcended the boundaries of mere existence. This sanctuary was not merely a clearing in the woods. It was a confluence of time, memory, and magic, a place where the river of history flowed into the ocean of the present. The intertwined boughs, reaching towards the sky like the supplicating arms of ancient, forgotten gods, seemed to whisper secrets of ages long past, of forgotten rituals performed, and sacred ceremonies conducted under the watchful eyes of celestial bodies now lost to mortal memory. The moss that carpeted the ground, a vibrant emerald tapestry, seemed to thrum with a latent, untamed energy, a silent testament to the life force that pulsed through this hidden haven, a force that had sustained it through the ages, waiting for the spark of a new dawn. Maeve felt an overwhelming sense of peace settle upon her, a profound stillness that began to dissolve the lingering turmoil that had long resided within her soul. Yet, beneath this serene surface, an undeniable current of power stirred, a dormant strength that seemed to awaken and unfurl with every breath she took, a silent acknowledgement of the immense potential that lay within her. It was as if she had stepped across a threshold, leaving the mundane world and its cacophony behind, entering a realm where magic and destiny were not merely intertwined, but were the very essence of existence, the warp and weft of reality itself. The sentinel crows, their obsidian eyes reflecting the ethereal glow of the awakening sword, continued their unwavering vigil, their silent presence a profound affirmation of Maeve's rightful place within this sacred grove. They were the keepers of this ancient secret, the ancient guardians who had, through their cryptic wisdom and guiding presence, led her to the very heart of her heritage, to the wellspring of her lineage. Their unwavering watch was more than just a passive observation. It was a promise, a silent reassurance that she was not alone in this monumental journey, that the ancient primal forces of air, stood with her, a silent, formidable army of support. The weight of their collective gaze was not one of judgment or scrutiny, but of profound, ancient recognition, a silent acknowledgement of the blood that flowed through her veins, the lineage that connected her to this very soil, to this very moment. It was an endorsement from the guardians of the old ways, a silent blessing from the very spirit of the land. As Maeve's hand closed around the hilt of the sword, a palpable tremor ran through the ancient grove. The leaves of the colossal oak and the somber yew, ancient and wise, rustled in unison, a harmonious symphony of greeting, as if the forest itself was acknowledging her claim. The latent energy that had permeated the air, hitherto a diffuse, ambient force, began to coalesce, to concentrate, focusing with an almost tangible intensity on the point of contact between her and the sword. It was a moment of profound connection, a bridging of the vast chasm that had separated the past from the present, the mortal from the magical for so long. The sword, an artifact of immense, unfathomable power, seemed to resonate with her own burgeoning inner strength, a symbiotic awakening that promised to unlock the hidden potential within her, dormant until this sacred encounter. This was not merely a discovery of an ancient artifact, it was a rebirth, a reclaiming of a destiny that had been patiently waiting for her across the vast, silent expanse of time. The intertwined boughs, the ancient altar, the watchful crows, they were all silent, yet profound, witnesses to this momentous occasion, the silent heralds of Maeve's true calling, the commencement of her role as the inheritor of an ancient legacy, a legacy that was now, quite literally, cradled within her very hands. The faint glow emanating from the sword intensified, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to embrace her, a silent, welcoming embrace from the very essence of the forest, calling her home. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a vibrant, dynamic symphony of ancient forces converging, all focused on the solitary figure standing at the heart of this sacred nexus, poised to embrace the warrior's unseen burden. The moment Maeve's fingers tightened around the hilt, a profound resonance surged through her, not just through her arm, but deep into the core of her being. It was a sensation akin to an awakening, a stirring of something ancient and profound that had always been present but had remained locked away, inaccessible. The sword felt like an extension of her own will, a conduit through which her nascent power could flow, amplified and focused. The intricately carved patterns on the hilt seemed to shift and warm beneath her touch, responding to her presence as if they were alive. And indeed, in a way they were. They were the conduits of ancient knowledge, the symbols that had guided generations of her ancestors, and now they were aligning with her, recognizing her as the next in line to bear the weight of their legacy. The ambient magic of the grove, which had felt so potent and overwhelming moments before, now seemed to gather and focus, flowing into her through the sword, a torrent of ancestral power that was both exhilarating and terrifying in its immensity. This influx of energy was not a violent intrusion, but rather a homecoming. It felt like a forgotten song finally being sung, a melody that resonated with the deepest parts of her soul. Images flashed through her mind with startling clarity. Women, strong and determined, their eyes alight with a fierce, protective fire, standing in this very grove, their hands on this very sword. They were her kin, her blood, and their strength, their courage, their very essence seemed to flow into her, a legacy of resilience passed down through the ages. She saw them defending their lands, protecting their people, wielding the sword not as a weapon of destruction, but as a symbol of their power, their connection to the land, and their unwavering commitment to the balance of air. The sword was not merely a tool of war, it was an emblem of their stewardship, a testament to their right to protect and to lead. As she stood there, the sword, a tangible link to her past and a promise for her future, Maeve became acutely aware of the subtle shift in the grove's atmosphere. The air, which had been still and expectant, now seemed to hum with a more active energy. The leaves of the ancient trees rustled, not with the wind, but with an internal movement, as if they too were participating in this awakening. The sunlight, which had been dappled and soft, now seemed to converge upon the altar, creating a column of pure, radiant light that enveloped Maeve and the sword, illuminating them as if they were the only two beings in existence. It was a spotlight cast by the universe itself, a divine affirmation of her destiny. The sentinel crows, previously a silent, watchful presence, now stirred. A soft, collective coo emanated from them, a sound that was both ancient and comforting. It was a sound that spoke of recognition, of approval, of a long held vigil finally coming to its intended conclusion. Their obsidian eyes, which had seemed so impassive before, now held a glint of ancient knowing, a silent acknowledgement that the prophecy, long foretold, was finally unfolding. They were not just birds, they were the conduits of ancient wisdom, the living embodiment of the forest's memory, and their acknowledgement was a powerful validation of Maeve's connection to this sacred place. With a deep, steadying breath, Maeve lifted the sword from the altar. It was surprisingly light, its weight perfectly balanced, as if it had been crafted specifically for her hand. As the blade cleared the mossy surface, the luminescence intensified, casting her shadow, long and distorted, against the ancient trees. The intricate carvings on the hilt pulsed with a soft, internal light, mirroring the quickening beat of her own heart. She felt a surge of power, not overwhelming, but empowering. It was a sense of belonging, of purpose, of finally understanding the fragmented whispers and recurring dreams that had haunted her for so long. This was not just a sword, it was her inheritance, her birthright, the tangible symbol of the strength and responsibility that had been passed down through generations of her lineage. The connection was undeniable. As she held the sword, Maeve felt as though she were tapping into a vast reservoir of knowledge and experience. It was as if the collective wisdom of all those who had wielded it before her was being channeled directly into her consciousness. She understood, with a clarity that bypassed logic, the intricate weave of magic that bound Era together, the delicate balance of nature, and the ancient pacts that governed the relationships between the mortal and the mystical realms. This was the warrior's unseen burden, not a curse, but a profound responsibility, a sacred duty to protect and to preserve. The whispers that had once been a source of confusion and fear now coalesced into a clear, guiding voice within her mind. It spoke of the ancient magic of the land, of its inherent power and its vulnerability, and of the need for a protector, a guardian who understood its true nature. Maeve realized that her dreams, her instincts, her very essence had been leading her to this moment, preparing her for this role. The isolation she had often felt, the sense of being different, of being out of step with the world, was not a flaw, but a sign. She was attuned to a deeper reality, a reality that was now unfolding before her, tangible and potent. The sword, vibrating with latent energy, seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat, a rhythmic confirmation of their shared purpose. The moss on the altar, disturbed by the removal of the sword, released a faint, earthy scent, mingling with the crisp, clean air of the grove, creating an olfactory tapestry that was both grounding and invigorating. Maeve felt the forest breathing around her, a living, breathing entity that recognized her as one of its own. The ancient trees seemed to lean in, their branches forming a protective canopy, their leaves rustling with a silent blessing. She understood now that the journey had not been about finding an object, but about finding herself. The sword was the key, the catalyst, but the power, the legacy, had always been within her. The altar was the place of revelation, the sacred ground where the veil between worlds thinned, allowing the whispers of the past to become the clarion call of the future. The sentinel crows were the silent witnesses, their unwavering vigil a testament to the enduring nature of the prophecy, a prophecy that had finally found its fulfillment in her. As Maeve turned, the sword held before her, its luminescence casting a warm, inviting glow. She met the gaze of the sentinel crows. In their ancient eyes, she saw not just birds, but ancient spirits, guardians of this sacred place, and now her silent allies. Their collective presence felt like a benediction, a final affirmation that she was on the right path, that her journey had truly begun. The weight of her heritage settled upon her shoulders, not as a burden, but as a mantle of responsibility, a call to arms that resonated deep within her soul. The warrior's unseen burden was now her own, and she was ready to embrace it. The forest seemed to exhale, a collective sigh of relief and anticipation, as Maeve, the sword in hand, stepped out of the sacred grove, the echoes of ancient power now a part of her very being, ready to face whatever lay beyond the whispering trees. ready to fulfill her destiny as the guardian of air's ancient magic. The sunlight seemed to part before her, illuminating the path forward, a path forged in the fires of her ancestors and illuminated by the dawn of her own awakening. The very earth beneath her feet seemed to hum with a newfound vitality, responding to the potent magic now wielded by its rightful protector. The wind, which had been still, began to stir, carrying with it the scent of pine and damp earth and a subtle hint of ozone, the unmistakable signature of magic in motion. Maeve felt a deep, abiding sense of connection to this land, a connection that had been dormant for so long, now reignited with the burning intensity of 1,000 suns. She was no longer just Maeve. She was Maeve, the inheritor, the protector, the one who would carry the legacy forward. The sword felt impossibly right in her hand, an extension of her arm, her will, her very soul. The weight was not a burden, but a promise, a reminder of the strength and the duty that lay before her. She was ready to step into the light, ready to embrace the destiny that had been woven for her across the tapestry of time. The sentinel crows, as if on cue, took flight, their dark wings catching the golden light, circling once overhead in a silent farewell and a powerful encouragement before disappearing into the emerald canopy, their vigil complete, their task fulfilled. Maeve watched them go, a profound sense of gratitude washing over her, and then, turning her gaze towards the path that beckoned from beyond the clearing, she took her first true step into her destiny. The ancestral sword, a beacon of power and hope in her hand, the echoes of the first Maeve and all those who came after resonated not just in the grove, but within her own transformed spirit, urging her onward, whispering the ancient truths that would guide her path. The time for revelation was over. The time for action had begun. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with challenges she could only dimly perceive. But for the first time in her life, Maeve felt truly and completely alive, empowered by the ancient magic that now coursed through her veins, ready to face the warrior's unseen burden head on. The first touch was tentative, a mere whisper of fingertips against the impossibly smooth, ancient metal of the hilt. Maeve's breath hitched, a silent exhalation in the profound stillness of the grove. The metal was cool, yes, but beneath that initial chill, a latent warmth pulsed, a dormant ember stirred by her proximity. It was an invitation, a silent beckoning that resonated with an ancient, forgotten part of her soul. As her skin made contact, it was not merely metal that met flesh, but an entire lineage, a confluence of lives, experiences, and a power so immense it threatened to shatter the very foundations of her being. A jolt, pure and unadulterated, surged through her. It wasn't the sharp, unpleasant shock of static electricity, but a liquid fire that coursed through her veins, igniting dormant pathways and awakening slumbering senses. It bypassed her nerves, her muscles, her very physical form, and struck directly at the core of her consciousness. It was as if a dam had burst within her, unleashing a torrent of energy that had been dammed for centuries, a power deliberately suppressed and hidden away. This was not just a physical sensation, it was an existential tremor, a fundamental realignment of her inner landscape. The world warped, the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy seemed to fracture, splitting into 1,000 iridescent shards that danced before her eyes. The rustling of leaves transformed into a chorus of voices, ancient and layered, whispering secrets in a tongue she instinctively understood. Past and present no longer existed as distinct temporal planes. Instead, they violently collided, not in a chaotic explosion, but in a swift, decisive convergence, fusing into a single, unified stream of existence that flowed through her. She was no longer just Maeve, standing in a grove in the present day. She was also the warrior who had first wielded this blade, the druid who had consecrated it, the child who had played in its shadow. She was simultaneously all of them, their memories, their emotions, their very spirits, woven into the tapestry of her own awakening consciousness. The druidic hex, the ancient enchantment that had bound the sword to its slumber, and, by extension, her lineage to its dormancy, began to protest. It was a palpable force, a suffocating shroud that had clung to the sword and her bloodline for generations, a deliberate act of magic meant to sever their connection to this power. But her touch, her rightful claim, had struck a critical weakness. The hex wasn't merely a lock, it was a complex weave of energies, and her awakened connection acted like a key, finding the seams and forcing them apart. She could feel the ancient magic of the hex straining, its intricate patterns fraying under the onslaught of her bloodline's inherent power, amplified and focused by the sword. It was like watching a meticulously crafted spell unravel, thread by agonizing thread, each snap a testament to the rediscovered strength flowing through her. The sword, once a passive object of immense power, now seemed to breathe with her. Its luminescence intensified, the inner light burning brighter, casting an ethereal glow that illuminated the very air around it. The intricate sigils carved into the hilt pulsed with a visible energy, mirroring the accelerated rhythm of her own heart. They were not static etchings, but conduits, and as her power surged, they flared to life, transmitting not just energy, but knowledge. Fragmented images, vivid and startlingly real, flashed through her mind, the scent of burning herbs, the chanting of ancient incantations, the clash of steel against steel, the fierce pride in a warrior's eyes, the deep sorrow of loss. These were not mere visions. They were sensory echoes, imprinted onto the very soul of the blade, and now onto hers. She felt the sword's history unfurl within her, a sprawling epic of battles fought, of oaths sworn, of sacrifices made. It was a chronicle written in courage and blood, in loyalty and betrayal, in the enduring spirit of air itself. The names of her ancestors, once lost to the mists of time, now echoed in her mind, not as faded memories, but as vibrant presences. She felt their triumphs and their failures, their wisdom and their regrets, all converging within her. This was not just a weapon, it was a living testament to her heritage, a tangible link to the warriors, the leaders, the protectors who had come before her. The fracture in the druidic hex was not a clean break, but a tearing, a violent rending of ancient magic. Maeve felt the resistance, the stubborn refusal of the suppression to yield. It was a battle waged not with physical force, but with sheer will and the primal power of her lineage. The air crackled with the opposing energies, the oppressive weight of the hex warring against the explosive surge of her awakened power. She could feel the hex trying to reassert its grip, to smother the newly ignited flame. But the sword was a bulwark, its ancient enchantment resonating with her own burgeoning might, reinforcing the weakening structure of the hex from the inside out. With each passing second, the connection deepened. It was a symbiosis, a merging of souls that transcended the boundaries of flesh and spirit. The sword was no longer just an object she held. It was a part of her, and she was a part of it. The power that flowed through her was immense, almost overwhelming, but it was also incredibly pure, uncorrupted by the passage of time or the machinations of those who sought to keep it hidden. It was the raw, untamed magic of Air, channeled through the vessel of her bloodline, amplified by the sacred blade. She understood, with a clarity that defied rational thought, the purpose of the hex. It was designed not just to suppress the sword, but to sever the bloodline from its inherent power, to render them weak and controllable. It was a long-term strategy, a slow erosion of a powerful lineage, ensuring that the land and its magic would remain under the dominion of others. But they had underestimated the resilience of her ancestors, the enduring strength of their connection to the land, and the power that lay dormant, waiting for the right moment to awaken. The realization hit her with the force of a physical blow. The visions she'd had, the dreams that had haunted her, the inexplicable pull towards this sacred grove, they were not random occurrences. They were the whispers of her heritage, the ancestral call to reclaim what had been stolen. The sword was the key, the nexus point where this ancient power could be reignited, and she was the chosen vessel. The druidic hex had been designed to isolate and weaken, but in its very attempt to sever the connection, it had inadvertently created a focal point, a place where the suppressed energy would eventually converge and explode. The weight of the sword, once a mere physical sensation, now felt like the weight of responsibility, the mantle of her ancestors settling upon her shoulders. It was a daunting prospect, a future fraught with challenges and dangers she could only begin to comprehend. But as she stood there, bathed in the ethereal glow of the sword, the fragmented voices of her lineage coalescing into a single, unwavering chorus of encouragement, she felt no fear. There was only a profound sense of purpose, a deep-seated understanding that this was her destiny, and she was ready to embrace it. The very air around her seemed to hum with a renewed vitality. The ancient trees of the grove, which had stood as silent witnesses, now seemed to sway with a subtle, rhythmic motion, their leaves rustling, not with the wind, but with an internal energy, an acknowledgement of the shift in power. The sentinel crows, who had been a stoic presence, now stirred on their perches, their obsidian eyes fixed on Maeve, a collective murmur rippling through them. It was a sound that spoke of anticipation, of recognition, of a long held vigil finally reaching its culmination. As she gripped the hilt tighter, the energy surged once more, this time with more control, more intent. She channeled the power, focusing it, directing it. The druidic hex, already weakened, began to shatter in earnest. It was a violent unmaking, a cascade of dispelled magic. The oppressive aura that had permeated the grove for so long receded, replaced by a clean, vibrant energy. Maeve felt a lightness, a release, as if a burden she hadn't even realized she was carrying had been lifted. The hex was broken, her lineage was free. The sword responded to her focused intent, its luminescence flaring, projecting a beam of pure, white light that pierced the canopy and seemed to connect with the sky itself. It was a declaration, a beacon signaling the end of an era of suppression and the dawn of a new one, an era of reclaimed power. The ancient sigils on the hilt blazed with a vibrant intensity, the knowledge they contained now flowing freely into her mind, a torrent of understanding about the land, its magic, and the responsibilities that came with wielding such power. She saw the intricate ley lines that crisscrossed Era, the pulsating heart of its magical essence, and understood how the hex had been designed to disrupt and control these flows. She felt the land itself respond to the breaking of the hex, a subtle hum of gratitude vibrating through the earth beneath her feet. The forest seemed to sigh, a collective exhalation of relief, as if it too had been held captive by the oppressive magic. The life force of the grove surged, the colors of the moss and foliage becoming richer, more vibrant, the air itself feeling cleaner, crisper, alive with an ancient, untamed magic that was now, finally, allowed to flow unimpeded. The fragmented memories within the sword began to coalesce into a coherent narrative. She saw generations of women, her ancestors, each one bearing the same inner fire, the same connection to air. They were druids, warriors, healers, leaders, each playing their part in protecting the land and its magic. She felt their struggles, their triumphs, their unwavering dedication, and it fueled her own resolve. They had endured, they had waited, and now their legacy was in her hands. The sword was not just a weapon, it was a symbol of their enduring spirit, a testament to their commitment, and a promise of their continued protection, even from beyond the veil. The broken pieces of the druidic hex did not simply vanish, they dissipated like smoke, leaving behind a faint shimmer in the air, a lingering testament to the magic that had been used to bind her lineage. Maeve felt the residual energy of the hex, a faint echo of its oppressive presence, but it was no longer a threat. It was a reminder of what had been, and a stark contrast to the vibrant, unfettered power that now coursed through her. The sword's own magic, now unbound, actively countered any lingering effects, ensuring that the suppression was truly and irrevocably ended. The moment of transition was profound. It was as if she had stepped across a threshold, leaving behind the person she was and emerging as someone new, someone ancient, someone powerful. The uncertainty of her past had been replaced by the absolute certainty of her present and the undeniable pull of her future. The warrior's unseen burden was no longer unseen. It was a radiant, palpable force that she now carried with pride and a fierce sense of purpose. She raised the sword higher, its light illuminating the entire grove, chasing away the last vestiges of shadow. The sentinel crows took flight, their calls echoing through the trees, a triumphant fanfare. They circled overhead, their dark forms silhouetted against the brilliant beam of light emanating from the sword, a silent acknowledgement of her victory and a powerful send-off. Maeve watched them go, a deep sense of gratitude and belonging washing over her. They were her guides, her guardians, and now her silent allies in the unfolding destiny that lay before her. The connection to the sword was so profound that it felt as if it were an extension of her own nervous system. She could feel its subtle vibrations, its latent power, its ancient consciousness. It was an awareness that went beyond mere thought. It was an instinct, a deep, primal knowing. The legends whispered about the sword, about its ability to communicate with its wielder, its capacity to impart ancient wisdom, were not just tales. They were the truth, and she was now privy to that truth. The whispers she had once struggled to decipher now formed a clear, resonant voice within her mind, guiding her, informing her, preparing her for the trials ahead. This was the beginning, the true awakening, and she was ready to face it. Sword in hand, the echoes of her own lineage surged, a tidal wave of sensory input that threatened to drown her in the cacophony of ages. But amidst the clamor, a single, resonant voice began to distinguish itself, clearer and more potent than the rest. It was a presence that felt both intimately familiar and utterly alien, a distillation of countless lifetimes compressed into a singular, radiant point of awareness. This was not merely an echo, it was a conscious entity, a spirit long entwined with the very essence of the blade she now held. It was Maeve, the first, the matriarch, the warrior whose legend had been whispered down through generations. The initial contact had been a jolt, a seismic shift in her perception. Now it was an immersion. The spirit of the original Maeve was not a phantom or a ghost in the ethereal sense. Rather, it was a consciousness that had been, in a way, tethered to the blade, existing in a state of perpetual vigilance, a guardian waiting for the rightful heir to reclaim their heritage. This awakening was not an invasion of Maeve's mind, but rather a harmonious resonance, a key turning in a lock that had been secured for centuries. It was as if a vast, dormant library within her own soul had suddenly been illuminated, its ancient texts revealed and made accessible. Memories, sharp and vivid, began to unfurl within her, not as detached narratives, but as lived experiences. She felt the sting of salt spray on her face, the icy grip of the northern winds, the primal roar of a battle cry ripped from her very lungs. She tasted the metallic tang of blood, her own and that of her enemies. She felt the raw, unadulterated fury of a storm, not just as an external force, but as an internal tempest that mirrored the power within her. These were not mere visions. They were visceral sensations, imprinted onto the very fabric of her being by the original Maeve. The disorienting nature of this influx was profound. It was like trying to reconcile two distinct realities, two vastly different lives, into a singular, cohesive existence. Yet, in this very disorientation lay a clarifying truth. The legendary warrior was not a myth, not a distant ancestor confined to dusty scrolls, but a living, breathing part of her own soul. The original Maeve's strength was not just physical, though Maeve felt the phantom ache of calloused hands, the disciplined strength of honed muscles, the unwavering resolve that had seen her through countless trials. It was also a strength of spirit, an indomitable will that refused to be broken, even in the face of overwhelming odds. This was the essence of the tempest and flame mentioned in the old lore, a spirit forged in the crucible of adversity, capable of weathering any storm and emerging from any inferno stronger and more resilient. Maeve felt this resilience bloom within her, a nascent defiance against the forces that had sought to suppress her lineage. The subtle nuances of the original Maeve's personality began to surface. There was a fierce protectiveness, a deep love for the land of air that burned with an almost elemental intensity. There was a keen strategic mind, capable of dissecting complex situations with sharp precision. There was also a profound connection to the natural world, a communion with the spirits of the earth and sky that was as effortless as breathing. Maeve felt these traits not as external additions, but as inherent facets of her own being, long dormant and now awakened. It was like discovering hidden chambers within her own home, rooms she never knew existed, but which now felt undeniably hers. The merging of souls was an overwhelming experience. Maeve found herself privy to conversations held millennia ago, to strategies devised on ancient battlefields, to quiet moments of reflection under starlit skies. She felt the joy of victory, the crushing weight of loss, the quiet dignity of sacrifice. Each memory, each emotion was a thread woven into the tapestry of her own consciousness, enriching and expanding her understanding of who she was and where she came from. This was the heritage finally reclaimed, not just in possession of a legendary artifact, but in the assimilation of the spirit that had imbued it with its power. The disorientation was amplified by the sheer temporal distance. Maeve was experiencing the world through the eyes of someone who had lived in a vastly different era. The cadences of speech, the understanding of the world, the very rhythm of life were all subtly altered. It was a mental and spiritual whiplash, a dizzying dance between the present and the past. Yet, as the initial shock subsided, a profound sense of clarity began to emerge. The fragmented whispers she had sometimes heard, the inexplicable dreams, the uncanny intuition that had guided her, all of it began to coalesce into a coherent understanding. These were not random occurrences, but the subtle stirrings of her ancestor, a gentle nudging, a prelude to this grand awakening. The original Maeve's essence was not a static entity. It was dynamic, alive, and in this moment of reconnection, it was actively shaping and influencing the younger Maeve. It was a process of integration, where the wisdom and experience of the past were being seamlessly blended with the present reality. Maeve felt a newfound confidence settle upon her, a quiet assurance that stemmed from a deep well of ancestral knowledge. The doubts and insecurities that had previously plagued her began to recede, replaced by a steady resolve. She was no longer just Maeve. She was Maeve, carrying the legacy of Maeve. The spiritual convergence was also a revelation of the original Maeve's connection to the land. She felt air not as a distant geography, but as a living, breathing entity, a vast and interconnected web of energy. The original Maeve had been a guardian of this energy, a protector of its sanctity. Maeve now understood that this role was not merely a historical one, but a continuing responsibility that now fell upon her shoulders. The land itself seemed to welcome this reconnection, a subtle hum of recognition vibrating through the earth. The flood of memories was overwhelming in its richness. Maeve experienced the terror of a midnight raid, the grim determination of a defensive stand, the quiet satisfaction of a peaceful harvest. She felt the gnawing hunger of winter, the sweet relief of spring rain, the scorching heat of summer sun. Each sensation, each emotion was a testament to a life lived fully, a life dedicated to the survival and prosperity of her people and her land. This was the depth of her heritage, the vast ocean of experience from which she could now draw. The original Maeve's emotional spectrum was also present. Maeve felt the fierce pride of a victorious battle, the crushing sorrow of a fallen comrade, the quiet joy of a shared meal. She experienced moments of profound peace, of quiet contemplation, and also flashes of righteous anger. This emotional tapestry was not a chaotic jumble, but a complex and nuanced landscape, revealing the full humanity of the legendary warrior. It allowed Maeve to understand that her ancestor was not a one-dimensional hero, but a complex individual who had navigated the full spectrum of human experience. The integration process was not without its challenges. There were moments when the sheer intensity of the ancestral consciousness threatened to overwhelm her own sense of self. It was a delicate balancing act, discerning where her own thoughts and feelings ended and where the echoes of the past began. But the original Maeve's spirit was not a dictatorial force. It was a guide, a mentor, offering its wisdom and strength without supplanting Maeve's own nascent identity. The goal was not assimilation, but integration, a harmonious blending of two souls into a single, more potent entity. Maeve found herself understanding ancient languages, not through study, but through an innate recognition. The sigils on the sword, which had previously been mere ornamentation, now pulsed with meaning, their intricate patterns resolving into concepts and histories. It was as if the original Maeve's knowledge had been directly imprinted onto her mind, bypassing the slower processes of learning. This immediate access to information was both exhilarating and humbling. She was being gifted with the culmination of centuries of accumulated wisdom. The very air around her seemed to thrum with a newfound energy, a reflection of the spiritual convergence occurring within her. The stillness of the grove was now charged with potential, the natural world responding to the profound shift in power. The ancient trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling, not with the wind, but with a quiet acknowledgement. The birds in the canopy ceased their chatter, as if listening to a silent symphony. The original Maeve's resolve was a palpable force, a steadfast determination that had seen her through impossible odds. Maeve felt this resolve settle deep within her bones, a silent promise to never yield, to always fight for what was right. It was a strength that transcended physical prowess, a spiritual fortitude that was as enduring as the mountains. This was the bedrock upon which her own strength would be built. As the influx of ancestral consciousness continued, Maeve began to feel a sense of profound connection, not just to the original Maeve, but to all the women of her lineage who had carried the blood of the warrior. She felt their struggles, their triumphs, their quiet moments of resilience. It was a sisterhood that spanned across time, a collective strength that transcended the boundaries of life and death. This realization brought with it a sense of belonging, a deep understanding that she was not alone in her journey, but a part of a continuum of powerful women. The legends spoke of the original Maeve's prowess in battle, her ability to move like a phantom and strike with the force of a thunderbolt. Maeve now understood the source of that prowess. It was not merely skill, but a deep, almost instinctual understanding of combat, a connection to the flow of energy on the battlefield. She felt the rhythm of combat, the subtle shifts in momentum, the precise movements required to overcome an opponent. This knowledge was not learned, it was inherent, a gift from her ancestor. The original Maeve's connection to the land was also deeply spiritual. She had understood the interconnectedness of all living things, the delicate balance of the natural world. Maeve felt this same understanding awaken within her, a profound respect for the earth, its creatures, and its hidden forces. She felt the pulse of the land, the flow of its ancient magic, and recognized her role as a steward of this sacred power. The merging of souls was a transformative experience, shaping Maeve's very perception of reality. The world, which had seemed so solid and predictable, now appeared as a vibrant, interconnected tapestry of energies. She saw the subtle currents of magic flowing through the air, the life force that animated every living thing. This expanded awareness was a direct result of the original Maeve's profound connection to the spiritual and natural worlds. The original Maeve's wisdom was not confined to matters of war or survival. She possessed a deep understanding of the human heart, of the complexities of relationships, of the enduring power of love and loyalty. Maeve felt these insights blossoming within her, a greater capacity for empathy and understanding. She began to see the motivations behind people's actions, the hidden currents of their emotions, with a clarity she had never possessed before. As the integration deepened, Maeve felt a profound sense of peace settle over her. The chaos of the initial awakening subsided, replaced by a quiet certainty. She understood that her destiny was intertwined with the legacy of her ancestors, that the power she now wielded was not just her own, but a collective inheritance. This realization brought with it a sense of purpose, a clear direction for the path that lay ahead. The original Maeve's spirit, now fully awakened and integrated, was a guiding light, illuminating the way forward. The physical connection to the sword became even more profound. It was no longer just an object in her hand, but an extension of her own being. She could feel its ancient power thrumming in time with her own heartbeat, its dormant energy stirring in response to her awakened consciousness. The sword was a conduit, a physical manifestation of the ancestral connection that now bound them together. The original Maeve's voice, once a distinct presence, began to blend seamlessly with Maeve's own thoughts. It was a harmonious merging where the wisdom of the past informed the decisions of the present. Maeve realized that she was not merely channeling her ancestor, but embodying her, carrying her legacy forward in a way that was both authentic to her lineage and true to her own evolving identity. The profound revelation was that the legendary warrior was not a ghost from the past, but a living part of her own existence. This was the culmination of a long and arduous journey, a reclaiming of a heritage that had been suppressed for far too long. Maeve felt an immense gratitude for the strength and wisdom of her ancestor, and a deep sense of responsibility to honor that legacy. The convergence of their souls was not an end, but a beginning, the dawn of a new era, where the power of the past would be wielded for the future. The sword, the land, and the spirit of the original Maeve were now irrevocably linked to her, and she to them. The ancestral stirring was complete, and Maeve, now imbued with the essence of her forebear, stood ready to face whatever lay ahead. The air in the sacred grove, once merely charged with the thrum of ancestral power, now seemed to hum with a subtler, more profound vibration. It was as if the very essence of the ancient wood had stirred from its slumber, its silent awareness reaching out to her. Maeve, still reeling from the full immersion of her lineage, felt this shift not as a physical sensation, but as a deep, resonant understanding that permeated her being. The rustling leaves, which had previously sounded like a gentle whisper, now seemed to form a unified chorus, a sigh that carried the weight of millennia. The murmuring wind, once a playful caress, now held the cadence of a lament, a gentle, persistent plea that bypassed her ears and echoed directly within her soul. This was not a call to arms, not the clarion call to battle that the legends of the original Maeve often evoked. There was no scent of bloodlust on the wind, no echo of ancient battle cries. Instead, the plea was one of profound longing, a deep seated yearning for something lost, something broken. It was a request, not for vengeance against shadowy, forgotten foes, but for remembrance, for the re-establishment of a harmony that had been fractured long ago. The forest, in its ancient wisdom, was not demanding retribution, but a restoration. It craved the recognition of a forgotten pact, a covenant woven into the very fabric of the land itself, a pact that her lineage, and now she, was intrinsically bound to uphold. The purpose of the sword, the shimmering conduit of her ancestral power, and the true calling of her bloodline, was not to forge a path of destruction, but to mend, to heal, to reconnect. Maeve focused her enhanced senses, now attuned to the subtle energies of the grove. She saw, not with her physical eyes, but with the inner sight granted by the awakened spirit of the original Maeve, the intricate network of life that pulsed beneath the surface, roots intertwined like a vast circulatory system, drawing sustenance from the earth and sharing it with the towering trees above. Fungal threads, invisible to the untrained eye, formed a complex web of communication, linking the ancient sentinels of the forest in a silent, ongoing dialogue. This was the forest's soul, a living tapestry of interconnectedness, and it was suffering. She felt the subtle imbalances, the places where the flow of energy had been disrupted. There were pockets of stagnation where life struggled to flourish, choked by unseen forces. There were wounds in the earth, slow to heal, where the vibrant pulse of the land had diminished. It wasn't a sudden, cataclysmic event that had caused this distress, but rather a slow, insidious decay, a gradual erosion of the natural harmony. The forgotten pact, she realized, was likely tied to the well-being of this delicate ecosystem, a commitment to nurture and protect it, a duty that had perhaps been neglected or even deliberately broken by those who came after the original Maeve. The original Maeve's memories, now a part of her own consciousness, provided context. She saw flashes of moments where the land had been treated with reverence, where rituals were performed to honor the spirits of the trees and the water. She felt the deep satisfaction of the earth responding to these acts of devotion, its energy flowing freely, its bounty abundant. But she also saw glimpses of intrusion, of disregard, of a time when the forest was seen not as a sacred entity, but as a resource to be exploited. The sword, she now understood, was not just a weapon of war, but a tool of consecration, imbued with the power to channel and restore the land's vitality. The forest's plea was a silent testament to resilience. Despite the encroachments, despite the neglect, it still fought to maintain its equilibriums. The ancient trees, their bark gnarled and weathered, stood as stoic guardians, their branches reaching towards the heavens as if in supplication. The smaller plants, the mosses and ferns, clung tenaciously to the damp earth, their vibrant greens a defiant splash against the muted tones of decay. Even the air, though carrying the melancholic sigh of the trees, felt clean and vital, a testament to the enduring life force of the grove. Maeve felt a profound sense of responsibility settle upon her. This was more than just a personal quest for power or identity. It was a sacred duty, a reawakening of an ancient stewardship. The legacy of the original Maeve was not just in the blood that flowed through her veins, or the power that now resonated within her, but in the very land that had been entrusted to her ancestors. To neglect this plea would be to betray not only the forest, but the very spirit that had now become so deeply entwined with her own. The original Maeve's connection to the land had been deep and intuitive. She had understood the subtle language of the earth, the warnings whispered by the wilting leaves, the promises held within the unfurling buds. Maeve felt this understanding blossoming within her. She could sense the subtle currents of energy flowing through the soil, the life force that pulsed in every blade of grass, the silent song of the stones. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a world of vibrant, interconnected existence that had always been present but previously unseen. The sword, she realized, was the key to bridging the gap, to facilitating the healing. Its luminescence was not merely a display of power, but a beacon of restorative energy. The sigils etched into its surface, once enigmatic, now pulsed with a vibrant light, their ancient symbols speaking of balance, of renewal, of the sacred bond between spirit and earth. Holding the sword, Maeve felt a surge of purpose, a clarity of the vision that dispelled any lingering confusion. Her path was no longer shrouded in doubt. She took a tentative step forward, her bare feet sinking slightly into the mossy ground. The forest seemed to respond to her movement, the rustling of leaves intensifying for a moment, then softening into a gentle embrace. It felt like an acknowledgement, a silent welcome from the ancient spirits of the wood. The overwhelming influx of ancestral memories began to recede slightly, allowing her own consciousness to reassert itself, now informed and amplified by the wisdom of her forebear. The two Maeves, the ancient warrior and the nascent heir, were no longer distinct entities, but a unified force ready to address the land's silent plea. The sword in her hand felt alive, its ancient metal warm against her skin. It thrummed with a latent power eager to be unleashed, not in acts of aggression, but in deeds of restoration. Maeve closed her eyes, drawing a deep breath. She focused on the memories of the original Maeve, not the battles or the triumphs, but the quiet moments spent tending to the land, the reverence with which she had approached the natural world, the pacts she had made with the earth spirits. These memories were not just echoes, they were blueprints, guides to understanding the forgotten covenant. The forest's plea was not a demand for her to become a warrior of old, but a healer, a guardian. The original Maeve's strength lay not only in her prowess with a blade, but in her deep connection to the land and its well-being. This was the true heritage, the core of her lineage's purpose. Maeve understood that the ancient pact was a promise of mutual stewardship. The land would provide sustenance and protection, and in return, its sanctity would be preserved, its life force nurtured. She began to walk deeper into the grove, guided by an innate sense of direction, a feeling that drew her towards the heart of the forest's subtle distress. The air grew thicker, more fragrant with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, the sweet perfume of unseen blossoms. The light filtering through the canopy dappled the forest floor, creating an ethereal mosaic of shadow and brilliance. Each step felt significant, a deliberate movement towards fulfilling a destiny that had lain dormant for centuries, waiting for her arrival. The original Maeve spirit whispered not instructions, but sensations. Maeve felt the longing for balance, the subtle ache of the land yearning for wholeness. She saw in her mind's eye the points of imbalance, like faint scars on the forest's otherwise vibrant skin. There were areas where the natural cycle of decay and renewal was disrupted, where growth was stunted, or where invasive elements threatened to overwhelm the indigenous life. These were not the result of malice, but of neglect, of a world that had forgotten the ancient ways. The sword pulsed in response to these perceived imbalances, its light intensifying as she approached areas in need of healing. It was a guide, a compass, pointing towards the source of the forest's silent cry. Maeve felt a growing sense of purpose, a quiet determination to mend what had been broken. This was the true calling, the reason she had been brought to this sacred place, the culmination of her awakening. She reached a small clearing, bathed in a soft, diffused light. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching outwards like weary arms. Its leaves were sparse, its bark brittle, a stark contrast to the vibrant health of the surrounding trees. Maeve felt a profound sadness emanate from the oak, a centuries-old weariness. This was a focal point of the land's suffering. Kneeling before the ancient tree, Maeve placed the sword gently at its base. The metal hummed, and the sigils glowed with an almost blinding intensity. She reached out, her hand hovering just above the rough bark. The original Maeve's spirit surged within her, a wave of pure, restorative energy. Maeve channeled it through her outstretched hand, feeling it flow into the very core of the oak. It was not a violent surge, but a gentle infusion, like warm sunlight seeping into chilled earth. She felt the tree's ancient life force respond, a faint tremor running through its trunk. The brittle bark seemed to soften, the sparse leaves rustled with a new vitality. It was a slow process, a delicate dance of mending, but the forest's plea was being answered. As the energy flowed, memories surfaced within Maeve, not just of the original Maeve's interactions with this specific oak, but of the countless other acts of care she had performed throughout the land. She saw herself as a young woman gathering herbs to soothe ailing plants, pouring libations to honor the water spirits, whispering words of encouragement to struggling saplings. These were not just memories of action, but of intention, of a deep, abiding respect for the natural world. The forgotten pact, Maeve now understood, was not a single, formal decree, but a continuous commitment, a living covenant maintained through generations of respect and nurturing. It was the understanding that the health of the land was inextricably linked to the well being of its inhabitants, and that a delicate balance must be maintained. The sword was the artifact that facilitated this connection, a physical manifestation of that ancient promise. The original Maeve's voice, now a clear presence within Maeve's own thoughts, conveyed a simple truth. The land remembers. It grieves what is lost and yearns for what it once was. There was no judgment in the words, only a profound sorrow and a gentle guidance. It was an invitation to embrace this heritage, to become a part of this ancient cycle of care. Maeve continued to pour her energy into the oak, feeling the strengthening connection between herself, the sword, and the land. The light from the sword began to spread outwards, a gentle luminescence that seemed to seep into the very soil. The surrounding trees, as if sensing the shift, responded with a subtle surge of their own energy, a collective sigh of relief that echoed through the grove. The forest's plea was not a singular cry, but a symphony of countless smaller voices, each contributing to the overall lament. Maeve felt the plight of the smaller streams, their waters dulled by runoff, their banks eroded. She felt the struggle of the wildflowers, their vibrant colors muted by encroaching shadows. Each imperfection, each imbalance resonated within her, fueling her determination. The sword was not a weapon to conquer the land, but a conduit to heal it. Its power was not destructive, but regenerative. This realization was a profound shift in Maeve's understanding of her own capabilities and her lineage's true purpose. She was not destined to wield a sword of war, but a sword of restoration, a symbol of renewed connection between the human spirit and the natural world. As the ancient oak at the heart of the clearing began to show signs of renewed vigor, a subtle unfurling of new buds, a deepening of its rich green hue, Maeve felt a sense of profound peace settle over her. The overwhelming surge of ancestral power had now coalesced into a focused purpose. She was not just Maeve, inheritor of a legend. She was Maeve, the guardian of the forest, the restorer of the forgotten pact. The silent plea of the land had found its voice, and it was her voice, amplified by the strength of ages, that would now answer. The convergence of souls was not merely an awakening of power, but a profound reawakening of duty, a sacred undertaking to bring balance and healing back to the ancient woods. Her journey had truly begun, not on a battlefield, but in the quiet heart of a whispering forest. The ancient hex, a labyrinth of woven magic designed to both safeguard and subdue, felt like a physical restraint on Maeve's nascent abilities. It wasn't a simple curse, but an intricate tapestry of druidic enchantments, each thread a whisper of protection and control, all spun around the lumina blade. This was the truth that the fragmented memories once a chaotic jumble, now began to coalesce into a coherent, albeit unsettling, understanding. The power within the sword, and by extension, within her own bloodline, was not meant to be unleashed carelessly. It was a force of immense, primal energy, deemed too potent, too volatile for the age in which the original Maeve had lived. The hex was, in essence, a prison, a carefully constructed cage designed to keep this untamed might dormant. The spectral voice, a phantom presence that had haunted her dreams and her waking moments, was no longer a mere disembodied command. As the ancient magic surrounding her began to fray, its pronouncements gained clarity, the ethereal tones coalescing into something akin to a voice, albeit one imbued with the resonance of centuries. It was no longer solely dictatorial, but imparted fragments of knowledge, cryptic clues about the ritual that had entombed the blade, the very act that had locked away her heritage. Maeve realized with growing certainty that simply drawing the Lumina blade from its resting place was not the ultimate goal. The true challenge lay in deciphering the purpose of the hex itself, in understanding the ancient magic that had been so deliberately woven to contain and control the sword's immense power. This was not a simple unlocking, but a complex unraveling, a peeling back of layers of intricate, ancient sorcery. She traced the faint, almost imperceptible patterns that shimmered on the surface of the Lumina blade, even when it was sheathed. These weren't mere etchings, they were channels, conduits for the hex's magic. With her heightened senses, Maeve could perceive the subtle flow of energy, a slow, almost glacial current that pulsed beneath the cool, unyielding metal. It was like a river of light, channeled and directed by the unseen forces of the hex, its natural surge artificially contained. The hex was not a static barrier, it was a dynamic force, constantly reinforcing its own bindings, a testament to the skill and desperation of its creators. Each attempt to fully access her lineage's power, to even brush against the sword's true potential, felt like pushing against an invisible, yet incredibly strong, current. The more she strained against it, the more the hex seemed to resist, its hold tightening, a silent but firm refusal to yield its captive might. The fragmented memories offered glimpses into the motivations behind such drastic measures. The age when the original Maeve had lived was a time of burgeoning, untamed magic, a period where great powers could easily spiral out of control. There were whispers of catastrophic events, of magical forces unleashed that had scarred the very landscape, of civilizations brought to ruin by their own unchecked ambition. The creators of the hex, likely druidic elders or powerful sorcerers of that era, had seen the potential for destruction inherent in the Lumina blade, and by extension, in Maeve's bloodline. Their intention was not malicious, but born of a desperate need for preservation. They had sought to safeguard the world from a power they themselves could barely comprehend, a power that, in the wrong hands or at the wrong time, could be more devastating than any army. This realization brought a strange sense of melancholy. Her ancestors, rather than simply bestowing power, had also created the very means to suppress it, a legacy of both strength and caution. The spectral voice, in its newfound clarity, began to speak of the ritual itself. It wasn't a single event, but a complex, multi-phased ceremony performed under specific celestial alignments. Maeve saw flashes of moonlight on ancient stones, heard the chanting of forgotten languages, felt the prickling sensation of raw magic being funneled, not into a weapon, but into a binding. The ritual's purpose was to weave the hex into the very essence of the Lumina blade, making it an inseparable part of the artifact. The power was not destroyed, but contained, its release contingent on the unraveling of this magical, intricate knot. The voice described the intricate patterns of the binding, the specific incantations that formed its core, the very life force that had been infused into its creation to ensure its longevity. It was a masterpiece of ancient sorcery, designed to endure the passage of ages, waiting for a descendant who could potentially understand and master what had been so carefully locked away. Maeve found herself studying the Lumina blade with a newfound intensity. The intricate patterns etched into its surface were no longer just decorative, they were glyphs, each imbued with a specific magical resonance, a piece of the hex's intricate code. She began to recognize recurring symbols, forms that evoked elements of nature, the flow of water, the strength of stone, the whisper of wind. The druidic influence was undeniable, a testament to the earth-based magic that had shaped this containment. The spectral voice seemed to guide her gaze, highlighting certain glyphs, emphasizing their significance. It wasn't a direct teaching, but rather a subtle nudge, a way of drawing her attention to the components of the hex. It was as if the voice itself was a trapped fragment of the original ritual's consciousness, yearning for its release by revealing the means of its own undoing. The process of unraveling was proving to be far more intricate than she had initially imagined. It wasn't a matter of brute force, of attempting to shatter the enchantments. Instead, it required a delicate touch, an understanding of the subtle energies that underpinned the hex. Maeve spent hours in quiet contemplation, her hands often resting on the Lumina blade, her mind focused on the spectral whispers and the fragmented visions. She tried to replicate the feel of the ancient magic, the way the druids had woven their power. It was like learning a new language, one spoken through gestures of energy rather than words. She would focus on a single glyph, trying to discern its meaning, its purpose within the overall structure of the hex. Sometimes, a surge of her own ancestral power would cause the glyph to glow faintly, a brief flicker of recognition before the hex's dampening effect reasserted itself. These were small victories, but they were enough to fuel her determination. The spectral voice, too, was undergoing a transformation. As the hex weakened, its voice grew stronger, more distinct. It began to recall specific details of the ritual, the purpose of each stage, the precise materials used, the incantations uttered. Maeve learned that the hex wasn't just about suppression, it was also about preparation. The ritual had been designed to ensure that when the time was right and when the descendant possessed the necessary understanding, the unraveling would be a controlled process, not a catastrophic explosion of power. The containment was also a form of cultivation, a way to ensure that the Lumina Blade's energy would be tempered by wisdom and foresight. The voice spoke of a heartstone, a crystalline artifact that had served as the focal point of the ritual, anchoring the hex to the blade and the land, its location, and the method for its activation or deactivation were crucial pieces of the puzzle. Maeve's own memories of her lineage were beginning to intertwine with the information provided by the spectral voice. She recalled ancient druidic symbols she had seen depicted in old texts, fragments of lullabies sung by her mother that now seemed to contain hidden meanings, and even the specific way her grandmother used to tend to the ancient trees in their ancestral lands. These seemingly innocuous details were starting to form connections, revealing themselves as pieces of a much larger, more complex tapestry. The power within her wasn't just a latent force, it was a knowledge waiting to be reawakened, a heritage that needed to be actively reclaimed, not passively inherited. The hex was a barrier, yes, but it was also a syllabus, a meticulously designed curriculum for the awakening of her lineage's true potential. She realized that breaking the hex was not merely an act of defiance, but an act of understanding. It required empathy for the original magic's purpose, a respect for the ancient intentions that had led to its creation. The Druids had not sought to harm her ancestors, but to guide them, to ensure that such immense power would not lead to destruction. Maeve had to approach the unraveling not as an enemy to be vanquished, but as a guardian to be convinced, its purpose understood, and its role fulfilled. The spectral voice, as it revealed more of the ritual's intricacies, seemed to be subtly shifting its tone, moving from a fragmented guide to a companion in this monumental task of unbinding. It was a slow, arduous process, a delicate dance between memory, intuition, and the raw, untamed magic that pulsed within the Lumina blade and within Maeve herself. Each day, the threads of the hex grew thinner. The light of the Lumina blade shone a little brighter, and the spectral voice, once a whisper of command, was becoming a chorus of ancient wisdom, urging her towards the ultimate revelation. The true challenge was not to break the hex, but to become its master, to understand its purpose so thoroughly that its constraints would naturally fall away, leaving behind only the power, tempered and guided by the very magic that had once sought to contain it. The fate of her lineage, and perhaps the balance of the land itself, rested on her ability to unravel this ancient druidic enigma. The weight of her lineage, a concept once abstract and overwhelming, was beginning to solidify within Maeve, not as an inheritance of brute force, but as a legacy of profound responsibility. She had, until this moment, viewed her ancestral power, the potent magic slumbering within the Lumina blade, as a weapon to be wielded, a tool to carve her own destiny. The hex, a intricate prison of druidic magic, had been the primary obstacle, a puzzle to be solved through sheer force of will and arcane understanding. Yet, as the spectral voice offered more intimate glimpses into the minds of those who had woven the spell, a new perspective began to bloom within her. The measure of a warrior, she was coming to understand, transcended the clang of steel and the roar of the battlefield. It was a far more nuanced calculus, one that encompassed the quiet endurance, the unseen battles fought within the soul, and the wisdom gleaned from the crucible of experience. Her ancestors were celebrated in sagas, their names invoked in tales of impossible victories and legendary feats. They were the thunderous drums of war, the lightning strike that cleaved enemy ranks. But Maeve was beginning to see the subtle harmonies beneath the grand symphonies of their glory. The hex wasn't merely a lock, it was a lesson, meticulously crafted by minds that understood the destructive potential of unchecked power. They hadn't sought to cripple her bloodline, but to guide it, to ensure that its resurgence would be marked by wisdom, not by devastation. This realization shifted the focus of her internal struggle. Her path was not to break free and conquer, but to understand and to serve. The power within the Lumina blade was not a birthright to be claimed, but a trust to be held, a sacred charge to be protected and guided with a steady hand and a clear mind. The spectral voice, now more a resonant echo of ancient wisdom than a fragmented command, spoke of the arduous journey of her forebears. It recounted not just their triumphs, but their moments of doubt, their periods of intense study, and the sacrifices they made to temper their innate abilities. There were whispers of those who had faltered, who had succumbed to the intoxicating allure of raw power, their legends ending not in glory, but in cautionary tales of ruin. These were the hidden chapters, the verses omitted from the roaring battle hymns. Yet they were the most potent lessons Maeve was now receiving. They spoke of the burden of leadership, the constant vigilance required to wield great power responsibly, and the profound solitude that often accompanied such a path. Maeve found herself reflecting on the quiet moments of her own life, the times spent in solitude, wrestling with her burgeoning abilities, the fear and uncertainty that had been her constant companions. These were not weaknesses, but the very foundations upon which true strength was built. The hex, in its own way, had fostered this introspection. It had forced her to confront her limitations, to seek understanding rather than immediate gratification. It was a harsh teacher, but an effective one. She recalled the countless hours spent poring over ancient texts, deciphering cryptic runes, and meditating on the subtle flows of magic, all in a desperate attempt to comprehend the forces at play. Each frustrating setback, each moment of near despair had chipped away at any youthful arrogance, replacing it with a quiet resolve. The druidic intent behind the hex began to resonate with a deeper understanding of her own developing philosophy. They had recognized that true mastery wasn't about bending the world to one's will, but about understanding its intricate balance and becoming a part of it. Her ancestors, in their pursuit of power, had also sought to understand their place within the natural order, to harness the forces of magic without disrupting the delicate equilibrium of the world. The hex, therefore, was not just a containment, but a discipline. It was a sacred pact, a promise made by her lineage to the world, a commitment to wield their formidable gifts with reverence and responsibility. This understanding recontextualized her current endeavors. She was not merely trying to unlock a sword, she was attempting to integrate an ancient, powerful legacy into her present existence. It was a process of becoming, of growing into the role that her bloodline had prepared her for. The spectral voice revealed more about the nature of the heartstone, the anchor of the hex. It wasn't a static object, but a nexus of natural energy attuned to the life force of the land. To deactivate the hex would require not a simple breaking, but a harmonization, a realignment of energies. It was a subtle dance, requiring an intimate connection with the earth and its inherent magic, a skill that the Druids had possessed in abundance. Maeve realized that her heritage wasn't just about possessing power, it was about embodying a certain way of being, a philosophy deeply intertwined with the natural world. The fragmented memories, once chaotic whispers, now painted a picture of individuals who understood the symbiotic relationship between power and responsibility, between ambition and stewardship. They were warriors, yes, but they were also guardians, healers, and keepers of ancient knowledge. Their strength was not solely in their ability to destroy, but in their capacity to nurture, to protect, and to preserve. The hex was a manifestation of this understanding, a testament to their foresight and their commitment to a balanced world. The burden of remembrance weighed heavily on her. She was the living conduit to a past that held both immense power and profound lessons. Her task was not to erase the hex, but to understand its purpose and, in doing so, to transcend its limitations. The spectral voice spoke of the cyclical nature of power, how it ebbed and flowed, requiring constant care and attunement. To be a true inheritor of her lineage meant embracing this cycle, not fighting against it. It meant cultivating the wisdom to know when to act, when to refrain, and when to simply listen to the whispers of the earth. Maeve found herself returning to the quiet, contemplative practices that had seemed like mere diversions before. The slow, deliberate movements of certain druidic rituals, the focused meditation on natural elements, the patient observation of the changing seasons. These were not idle pastimes, but essential components of the heritage she was reclaiming. They were the disciplines that had allowed her ancestors to harness their power without being consumed by it. The hex, in its intricate design, had inadvertently guided her back to these fundamental truths. It had forced her to slow down, to look inward, and to connect with the deeper currents of magic that flowed through all living things. The lumina blade itself, seemed to respond to this shift in her understanding. When she approached it, not with a desire to conquer its magic, but with a spirit of respectful inquiry, the faint hum of contained energy seemed to soften, to become less resistant. The glyphs on its surface, once enigmatic symbols of restraint, began to reveal themselves as pathways, as conduits for a deeper communion. She saw in them not just the channels of the hex, but also the ancient wisdom of the Druids, their understanding of the natural world and its interconnectedness. The legend of her warrior ancestors was not to be discarded, but reinterpreted. Their ferocity was not the whole story. It was the outward expression of an inner strength, a resilience forged through countless trials. Maeve understood that her own resilience was being tested in a different arena, an internal landscape where doubt and fear were the primary adversaries. The victory she sought was not over an external enemy, but over her own limitations, over the temptation to wield power carelessly. The hex was the crucible, and her own introspection was the fire that refined her spirit. She began to feel a kinship with the ancient Druids, not as adversaries who had sought to suppress her lineage, but as wise custodians who had recognized a great responsibility. Their actions, though restrictive, were born of a desire to protect the world from the potential misuse of such immense power. Maeve now felt a similar sense of duty. She understood that the Lumina blade, once freed from the hex, would not be a tool for personal gain, but a force for balance, a means to mend and to safeguard. The measure of a warrior, she concluded, was not just in the battles fought and won, but in the quiet strength to carry the weight of history, to remember the lessons of the past, and to ensure that its power would be a force for good, a gentle tide rather than a destructive wave. Her ancestors' sagas would be rewritten not just with tales of their courage in battle, but with the quiet wisdom of their stewardship, a legacy she was now ready to embody. The true convergence of souls was not just about unlocking the blade's power, but about integrating its history, its purpose, and its lessons into her own evolving spirit. The spectral whispers, once a cacophony of disembodied voices, began to untangle, weaving themselves into a singular, resonant narrative. The younger Maeve, standing at the precipice of her own destiny, found her consciousness intermingled with that of her namesake, the first Maeve, a woman who had walked the verdant, untamed lands of air in an age long past. The fragmentation that had plagued her for weeks, the disjointed echoes of thought and emotion, now resolved into a coherent tapestry of a life lived. It was no longer a collection of fleeting images, but a flowing chronicle, rich with the sights, sounds, and very essence of a forgotten era. The world of the first Maeve was not a distant, abstract myth. It was a vibrant, tangible reality, unfolding before her inner eye. She saw the ancient forests, deep and resonant with primal magic, the winds carrying the scents of pine and damp earth, the sunlight dappling through emerald canopies. She felt the rough bark of ancient trees beneath her hands, the cool embrace of glacial rivers, the sharp, bracing air of mountain peaks. This was not mere imagination. It was a direct immersion into the lived experience of her ancestor. The younger Maeve witnessed the sacrifices not as dry historical accounts, but as visceral, deeply felt moments. She understood the weight of the oaths sworn, the personal costs inherent in wielding the Lumina blade, and the profound connection her ancestor had forged with the land itself. The power that flowed through her lineage was not a gift freely given, but a responsibility earned through arduous trials and unwavering commitment. The first Maeve had walked a path fraught with peril, facing not only external threats, but the internal struggle to balance immense power with a deep seated sense of stewardship. Maeve saw the early dawn raids, the strategic maneuvers on windswept plains, the quiet evenings spent communing with the earth. She felt the keen edge of hunger, the biting cold of winter, the gnawing ache of exhaustion, but she also felt the surge of adrenaline in the heat of battle, the profound satisfaction of protecting her people, and the quiet joy of witnessing the land flourish under her care. These were not abstract concepts. They were the lived realities of her forebear. This influx of ancestral knowledge was not an overwhelming deluge, but a clarifying light. The nightmares that had haunted Maeve's sleep, scenes of chaos and loss, began to recede. They were replaced by a steady inner vision, a calm certainty that settled deep within her bones. She understood the context of the spectral voice, its origins rooted in the ancient wisdom and the dire necessity that had prompted the creation of the hex. It was not an act of imprisonment, but of preservation, a safeguard devised by those who understood the perilous allure of unchecked power. They had foreseen a time when their legacy might fall into hands unprepared for its magnitude, and they had acted with foresight and a profound sense of responsibility. The hex, Maeve now realized, was a lesson in patience, a crucible designed to temper the spirit before granting access to the blade's true potential. The prophecy, a concept that had previously felt like a vague, ethereal pronouncement, now took on concrete form. It was not a predetermined fate, but a guiding principle, a sacred trust passed down through generations. Maeve saw the threads of connection that bound her to air, to its very soul. The land itself seemed to resonate with her newfound understanding, its ancient magic stirring in response to her awakened spirit. She felt the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet, the subtle currents of life that pulsed through every living thing. This connection was the key to understanding her lineage, her purpose, and the true nature of the power she was destined to wield. The prophecy spoke of a warrior who would rise in air's darkest hour, one who understood the balance between strength and wisdom, between the power to destroy and the imperative to protect. Maeve recognized herself in those ancient words, not as a chosen one destined for glory, but as a custodian of a profound legacy, a guardian tasked with preserving the sanctity of her homeland. The first Maeve's memories were not merely historical data, they were infused with the emotional weight of her experiences. Maeve felt the sting of betrayal, the ache of loss when loved ones fell, the quiet despair that sometimes threatened to engulf her spirit, but more powerfully, she felt the unwavering resolve that always emerged, the inner fortitude that allowed her to rise again and again, her purpose renewed. She understood the fierce protectiveness that had fueled her ancestors' every action, the deep love for her people and the land she called home. This wasn't just a warrior's instinct, it was a spiritual commitment, a sacred bond that transcended the individual. The first Maeve had fought not for conquest or personal glory, but for the survival and prosperity of air, for the continuation of its unique magic and its vibrant spirit. Maeve now understood that her lineage was not defined solely by the lumina blade or the power it contained, but by the ancient pact her ancestors had made with the land. They were not merely wielders of magic, they were its conduits, its guardians, its partners. The druids who had woven the hex had not been adversaries, but allies in a broader sense, seeking to ensure that this potent force would be wielded with reverence and understanding. They had recognized the inherent danger in power untethered by wisdom, and their actions were a testament to their foresight and their commitment to maintaining the delicate balance of air's natural and magical ecosystems. Maeve saw the druids not as shadowy figures intent on suppression, but as wise elders who understood the deep responsibilities that came with wielding extraordinary gifts. Their ceremonies, their understanding of the earth's rhythms, their reverence for the cycles of nature, these were not separate from her own heritage, but integral to it. The fragmented memories began to form a mosaic of purpose. Maeve saw the patterns of her ancestors' life, the way she had sought balance in all things, tempering her warrior's ferocity with the wisdom of the earth. The first Maeve had understood that true strength lay not in overwhelming force, but in harmony, in understanding the interconnectedness of all life. She had learned to listen to the wind, to read the language of the stars, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. This deep communion with nature was the wellspring of her power, the source of her resilience. Maeve realized that her own journey was not about breaking free from the past, but about embracing it, about integrating its wisdom into her present. The hex, in its intricate design, had forced her to confront the very essence of her heritage, to seek understanding beyond brute force. The younger Maeve's own experiences began to align with this newfound understanding. Her solitary hours spent in meditation, her struggle to comprehend the subtle flows of magic, her moments of doubt and fear. These were not weaknesses, but the very training that had prepared her for this moment. The hex, by forcing her to slow down, to look inward, had cultivated the patience and introspection necessary to truly grasp the depth of her legacy. She had been unknowingly preparing herself, honing her spirit in much the same way her ancestor had honed her body and her mind. The Lumina blade, she now understood, was not merely a weapon, but a living entity, intrinsically linked to the well-being of Ere. Its power was not meant for personal gain, but for the protection and nurturing of the land and its people. The spectral voice, now a guiding presence rather than a disembodied echo, confirmed her understanding. It spoke of the prophecy not as a rigid destiny, but as a potentiality, a path that could be forged through conscious choice and unwavering commitment. Maeve saw the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate balance that sustained air. She understood that her role was not to dominate this balance, but to serve it, to become a protector of its inherent harmony. The sacrifices of her ancestors, the wisdom of the Druids, the very essence of the Lumina Blade, all pointed towards a singular purpose: to ensure the continued vitality and sanctity of heirs. The weight of this realization settled upon her, not as a burden, but as a profound sense of belonging. She was a link in an ancient chain, a guardian entrusted with a sacred trust. The nightmares had been a manifestation of her unconscious fear, a resistance to the overwhelming responsibility that lay before her. But with clarity came courage. The fragmented memories of the first Maeve coalesced into a narrative of resilience, of unwavering purpose, and of a deep, abiding love for her homeland. Maeve felt a kinship with her ancestor, not just through blood, but through shared values and a common destiny. She understood the first Maeve's quiet strength, her ability to endure hardship and emerge with her spirit intact. This was the strength Maeve was meant to embody. The sagas of her ancestors would not be rewritten, but deepened, enriched with the understanding that their greatest victories were not always fought with steel, but often with wisdom, compassion, and an unshakable connection to the earth. The Lumina Blade was more than a sword. It was a symbol of this enduring legacy, a beacon of hope for Era's future. And Maeve, finally understanding its true meaning, was ready to embrace her role as its guardian. The convergence of souls was not merely about unlocking the blade's dormant power, but about integrating its history, its purpose, and its hard-won lessons into the very fabric of her being, preparing her for the arduous yet vital task that lay ahead. The path forward was clear, illuminated by the wisdom of the past and the unwavering resolve of a future guardian. The air in the ancient sanctuary hummed with a latent energy, a symphony of forgotten vows and nascent pauser. Maeve stood before the pedestal, her heart a steady drumbeat against the thrum of air's awakened spirit. The spectral whispers, no longer a chaotic chorus, but a harmonious chorus of her lineage, had guided her to this moment. The hex, that intricate weave of protection and trial, had finally unfurled its final, most subtle layer, revealing not a barrier, but a gate. And she, Maeve, descendant of the first Maeve, stood on the threshold, ready to pass through. Her fingers, still tinged with the faint luminescence of the ancestral connection, trembled not with fear, but with a profound anticipation. The sheath, a natural cradle of moss and intertwined roots, pulsed with a gentle rhythm, mirroring the quickening pulse within her. This was not a confrontation, not a battle of wills to claim what was hers by right, but a communion, a silent dialogue between bloodline and destiny. She reached out, her movement fluid, unhurried, an extension of the very breath of the sanctuary. Her fingertips brushed against the hilt, a sensation akin to touching cool, living stone. There was a warmth that spread from that single point of contact, an echo of countless hands that had clasped it before hers. The lumina blade did not resist. It yielded, not with the abruptness of steel being drawn from a scabbard, but with the slow, deliberate unfolding of a sacred ritual. A soft, ethereal glow began to bloom around the blade as it began to emerge from its mossy confines. It was not the harsh glare of captured lightning, but a gentle, internal luminescence, like moonlight filtering through a deep forest canopy. The light deepened, intensifying from a pearlescent shimmer to a soft, steady radiance, illuminating the ancient carvings on the pedestal and casting dancing shadows across the sanctuary walls. This light was not merely visual, it resonated within Maeve, a sympathetic vibration that settled deep into her bones, a homecoming of power. The sword felt impossibly light, yet it possessed a palpable weight, a density of history and purpose. It was an extension of her very being, a new limb imbued with the strength and wisdom of generations. The raw power she had glimpsed within the spectral memories now flowed through it, a tangible current that coursed from the blade into her arm, up her spine, and outward into the very fabric of the sanctuary. It was a seamless integration, a perfect confluence of will and destiny. She could feel the ancient magic of air, not as an external force, but as an intrinsic part of herself, channeled and amplified by the lumina blade. The sword was a conduit, a bridge between her soul and the primal energies of her homeland. As the lumina blade cleared the sheath, the sanctuary seemed to exhale. The air grew charged, alive with an unseen resonance. The moss, clinging to the pedestal, seemed to deepen in hue, and the ancient stones beneath her feet vibrated with a silent acknowledgement. It was as if the land itself had been holding its breath, waiting for this moment, for its true guardian to reclaim its most potent symbol. The emergence of the Lumina blade was not merely the unsheathing of a weapon, it was the affirmation of a lineage, a silent testament to Maeve's readiness. It was the moment the prophecy truly began to unfold, not as a predetermined script, but as a living, breathing path laid out before her. Maeve's grip tightened, not in an act of desperate strength, but of gentle, assured possession. She felt the subtle curves of the hilt, perfectly shaped for her hand, as if it had been forged with her in mind. The pommel, cool against her palm, seemed to anchor her, grounding the immense power that now pulsed through her. She could feel the faint thrum of life within the metal, a quiet sentience that responded to her touch, her intent. This was not an inanimate object. It was a companion, a partner in the sacred duty that lay before her. The lumina blade was more than steel. It was the distilled essence of her ancestral strength, a beacon of hope for air. The initial fear that had flickered at the edges of her consciousness had been entirely extinguished, replaced by a serene, unwavering resolve. The sword felt natural in her hand, an undeniable part of her. The years of training, the solitary meditations, the struggle to understand the fragmented whispers of her past. It all culminated in this singular, breathtaking moment. The hex had served its purpose, not to imprison her, but to prepare her, to temper her spirit until she was worthy of this profound connection. It had demanded patience, introspection, and a deep understanding of the responsibilities that accompanied such power, and she had answered. She turned the blade slowly, the ethereal glow intensifying with the movement. The light caught the intricate patterns etched into its surface, symbols that now resonated with a familiar meaning, echoes of the visions that had flooded her mind. These were not mere adornments, they were glyphs of power, ancient wards, and invocations to the very heart of air. She could feel the latent energy within these etchings, a dormant power that now stirred in response to her presence, her possession. The sword was a living chronicle, its surface a testament to the history it had witnessed, the battles it had fought, the sacrifices it had represented. The connection to the first Maeve deepened, becoming almost an indistinguishable thread woven into her own consciousness. She felt her ancestors' pride, her hope, her quiet understanding of the immense burden this blade represented. It was a burden of protection, of guardianship, of ensuring the delicate balance of Air's magic and its people. The first Maeve's resolve, her unwavering commitment to her homeland, flowed into Maeve, solidifying her own purpose. This was not a task she had chosen. It was a legacy she had inherited, a duty she was now bound to fulfill. The Lumina blade was a physical manifestation of that bond, the tangible proof of her place in the grand tapestry of Air's history. She raised the Lumina blade higher, its radiant light filling the sanctuary, pushing back the encroaching shadows of doubt and uncertainty. The luminescence was not aggressive, but inviting, a promise of guidance and strength. It reflected in her eyes, a mirroring of the ancient light within her soul. The weight of her lineage, once a source of confusion and fear, now felt like a steady, grounding presence. She was not alone in this. She was a continuation, a vital link in an unbroken chain stretching back to the dawn of air. The sword was the emblem of that continuity, the symbol of her unbroken connection to the past and her unshakable commitment to the future. With a deep, centering breath, Maeve lowered the Lumina blade, its glow softening but not diminishing. The sheath, now empty, seemed to sigh, the moss settling back into its quiet vigil. The sword rested in her hand, a familiar weight, a comforting presence. The journey had truly begun. The initial stage of understanding, of piecing together the fragmented memories and deciphering the cryptic whispers, was complete. Now came the trials, the battles, the true test of her lineage and her resolve. The Lumina blade was not just a tool, it was a testament to her earned right to stand as a guardian of air, a protector of its ancient magic, and a beacon of hope for its people. The sanctuary, which had once felt like a place of confinement, now felt like a launching pad, a place of quiet affirmation before the storm. The silent approval of the land was a palpable force, a gentle embrace that solidified her purpose and her resolve. She was ready. The lumina blade, humming with ancient power, was a silent promise of the trials to come and of the strength she would need to face them. Her hand, now steady and certain, held the fate of Ere, a weight she was finally prepared to bear, the oppressive weight that had settled upon the ancient sanctuary, a palpable gloom born of centuries of neglect and forgotten purpose, began to recede. It was as if the very air had been holding its breath, a collective sigh of relief echoing through the hushed boughs of the sentinel trees. Maeve felt it not as a physical sensation, but as a profound unburdening, a lifting of an ancient sorrow. The lumina blade, now resting in her hand, felt like a key turning in a locked heart, releasing a pent up vitality that had been stifled for far too long. The sanctuary, once cloaked in an almost tangible melancholy, seemed to shimmer with a newfound clarity. Sunlight, which had previously struggled to pierce the dense canopy, now found its way through in brilliant, dancing shafts, illuminating the moss laden stones and the tangled roots with a golden, resurrected light. The forest itself responded, the rustling of leaves, once a murmur of unease, transformed into a gentle, welcoming chorus. It was a sound of awakening, of gratitude, as if the trees, the very guardians of this sacred space, recognized the descendant who had finally embraced her heritage. Maeve could almost feel their collective relief, a silent acknowledgement of the lumina blade's presence in her hand, a symbol of a broken lineage now reforged. The plea that had resonated within the spectral whispers, a yearning for remembrance and a return to balance, was being answered not by a warrior's fierce pronouncements, but by the quiet, resolute embrace of a sacred duty. This was not a victory won by brute force, but a restoration achieved through understanding and a deep, unwavering connection to the ancestral spirit of Ere. She lowered the lumina blade slightly, its soft glow casting a serene aura around her. Her gaze swept across the sanctuary, taking in the subtle but profound changes. The air, once thick with an almost stagnant energy, now vibrated with a clean, vibrant hum. It was the pulse of life, untamed and unrestrained, returning to a place where it had been long suppressed. The very earth beneath her feet seemed to awaken, a subtle tremor that ran through the roots and stones, a deep resonance of approval. May felt a surge of connection, not just to her ancestors, but to the land itself. The lumina blade was the bridge, the conduit through which this reconnection flowed, strengthening the bond between her and the ancient heart of air. The trees, ancient sentinels of this hidden realm, seemed to lean in, their leaves whispering secrets of appreciation. Maeve could discern individual strands of thought in their rustling, a gentle symphony of gratitude. They had endured the silence, the waiting, the fading of magic, and now, with the lumina blade in her grasp, they felt the promise of resurgence. The sunlight, no longer a hesitant visitor, now bathed the clearing in a warm, inviting embrace. It highlighted the vibrant green of the moss, the deep brown of the earth, and the resilient strength of the ancient boughs. The forest was no longer a place of somber contemplation, but a vibrant, living entity, breathing freely once more. Maeve took another deep breath, this one not of anticipation or trepidation, but of pure, unadulterated peace. The Lumina blade felt like an extension of her own soul, its weight familiar, its power a comforting presence. The whispers that had once plagued her, the fragmented voices of her ancestors, now coalesced into a clear, steady stream of guidance, a gentle hum of reassurance. She understood now that the true power of the Lumina blade was not in its ability to cleave through darkness, but in its capacity to awaken and connect. It was a symbol of her own awakening, a testament to the dormant strength within her that had finally been roused. The journey had not been one of conquest, but of reconciliation. Maeve had not come to claim the Lumina blade as a prize, but to reclaim a lost heritage. The hex, that intricate tapestry of trials and revelations, had served its purpose by preparing her for this moment of communion. It had stripped away her doubts, refined her spirit, and revealed to her the profound interconnectedness of all things within air. Now, holding the Lumina blade, she felt that connection amplified tenfold. She could sense the life force flowing through the land, the subtle currents of magic that sustained it, and her own place within that intricate web. The sanctuary was not merely a physical space, it was a nexus of ancient power, a place where the veil between the mortal and the mystical was thin. Maeve's act of claiming the Lumina blade had resonated through this nexus, stirring the dormant energies and reawakening the spirit of the forest. The oppressive atmosphere had been a manifestation of this imbalance, a shroud of forgotten purpose. By fulfilling her ancestral duty, Maeve had restored that balance, unburdening the forest and the sanctuary from the weight of its own dormant potential. She looked down at her hands, still tingling with the residual energy of the sword. Her grip was firm, not with a desperate clench of fear, but with the steady assurance of purpose. The Lumina blade seemed to sing in her hand, a silent melody of awakening. The etched symbols along its length pulsed with a soft, internal light, a reflection of the power now flowing through her. These were not just ancient markings, they were a language, a testament to the wisdom of those who had wielded the blade before her. Maeve felt a growing understanding of these symbols, a nascent comprehension that bypassed conscious thought and settled directly into her soul. The weight of responsibility, which had once seemed an insurmountable burden, now felt like a sturdy foundation upon which to build. She was not just Maeve, the descendant of a forgotten lineage. She was Maeve, the guardian, the inheritor of a sacred trust. The Lumina blade was the embodiment of that trust, a tangible link to her past and a guiding light for her future. The forest, in its silent, profound way, acknowledged her readiness. The vibrant energy that now suffused the sanctuary was a testament to her success, a confirmation that the forest's plea had been heard and answered. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and newly bloomed wild flowers. It was a scent of renewal, of life returning to its full, vibrant expression. Maeve felt a deep sense of belonging, a profound connection to this ancient, mystical place. The Lumina blade was more than a weapon, it was a symbol of her integration into the very fabric of air, a promise of protection and a harbinger of a new era. The silent recognition of the natural world was a powerful affirmation, a quiet validation of her journey and the path that lay before her. The forest had unburdened itself, and in doing so, had helped Maeve to unburden herself, allowing her to step fully into the destiny that awaited her. She felt the pulse of the land quicken, a subtle but undeniable shift in its rhythm. It was as if the Lumina blade, by being drawn, had awakened the land's own dormant power, channeling Maeve's ancestral connection into a revitalizing force. The trees, previously stoic and unyielding, now seemed to sway with a newfound grace, their leaves shimmering as if dusted with starlight. The undergrowth, once a tangled mess of muted greens and browns, now burst with a spectrum of vibrant hues, wildflowers unfurling their petals with an eager haste. This was not a passive transformation, it was an active, joyous response to the reestablishment of balance. Maeve walked further into the clearing, her steps lighter than they had been moments before. The Lumina blade remained in her hand, its gentle luminescence a beacon that illuminated her path. She noticed a small stream trickling nearby, its waters, which had previously seemed sluggish and clouded, now ran clear and bright, a melodic gurgle, replacing its former choked whisper. The pebbles at its bed seemed to glow with an inner light, and the very air above it shimmered with moisture, a testament to the revitalized flow of energy. It was as if the entire sanctuary had been held in a state of suspended animation, and Maeve, with the Lumina blade, had been the catalyst for its reawakening. The oppressive atmosphere that had clung to the woods had been more than just a feeling, it had been a symptom of a deeper malaise, a reflection of a broken connection. Maeve's embrace of her heritage, her willingness to accept the mantle of her ancestors, had acted as a potent antidote. The forest's plea for remembrance had been a silent cry for restoration, and Maeve had answered not with force, but with a profound understanding of the sacred pact between her lineage and the land. The Lumina blade in her possession was the living embodiment of that pact, a symbol of its renewed vitality. She paused, allowing herself to absorb the profound shift in the sanctuary's aura. The spectral whispers, which had once been a source of confusion and disquiet, were now a harmonious chorus, a symphony of ancestral voices singing praises of her courage and her dedication. They no longer spoke of warnings or trials, but of gratitude and a gentle anticipation of the future. Maeve could feel their presence, not as ethereal specters, but as a comforting warmth, a collective embrace from generations past. They were no longer seeking a descendant to merely reclaim a blade, but to embody its purpose, to live its legacy. The sunlight continued to stream through the canopy, each shaft of light now carrying with it a sense of blessing. The air itself felt cleaner, purer, infused with a subtle, invigorating magic. Maeve could feel the life force of the forest coursing through her veins, a reciprocal flow that nourished both her and the land. It was a perfect symbiosis, a testament to the power of connection and the enduring strength of heritage. The lumina blade resting in her hand seemed to hum with this shared vitality, a silent promise of the strength and guidance it would provide. She turned the lumina blade slowly, the etched patterns catching the light and seeming to writhe with a gentle, vibrant energy. These were not mere decorations. They were conduits of power, ancient glyphs that spoke of the forest's history, its resilience, and its enduring spirit. Maeve felt a growing understanding of their meaning, a deep, intuitive grasp of the knowledge they contained. The Lumina blade was not just a weapon, it was a repository of ancestral wisdom, a living chronicle of Air's mystical heritage. The forest's unburdening was complete. The heavy cloak of neglect and forgotten purpose had been cast aside, replaced by a radiant aura of renewed life. Maeve stood at the heart of this transformation, the Lumina blade, a testament to her role in its restoration. The trees seemed to bow their branches in silent acknowledgement, their leaves rustling a song of gratitude. The sunlight painted patterns of gold and emerald upon the forest floor, a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of ancient magic and newly awakened life. This was not the end of her journey, but a profound beginning, a moment of quiet affirmation before the true trials of her destiny would unfold. The forest had been unburdened, and in its revitalization, Maeve had found the clarity and strength to embrace her own path. The raucous symphony of crows had always been an undertone to Maeve's journey, a chorus of unseen observers whose calls had often been laced with the unsettling edge of cryptic prophecy or dire warning. But now, as she stood within the heart of the reawakened sanctuary, their cries were different. They circled overhead, their obsidian forms stark against the now brilliant, dappled sky, their cause a rolling tide of triumphant exultation. It was as if the ancient spirits of the land, long suppressed by the gloom, had found their voice through these feathered messengers, their assurance echoing in the clear, ringing calls. They were no longer prophets of doom, but heralds of a new dawn, their jubilant cries a testament to Maeve's acceptance of her sacred role. The forest itself, no longer a labyrinth of veiled threats, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, its once treacherous pathways now subtly illuminated, the latent dangers that had lurked in the shadows now muted, like embers fading to ash. Maeve felt this shift not just in the air, nor in the bird song, but deep within her bones. The lumina blade in her hand felt less like a tool of war and more like an extension of her own being, a conduit through which she could commune with the very essence of Ere. The forest floor once a treacherous tapestry of roots and stones designed to trip the unwary, now seemed to offer a sure footing. The fallen leaves, which had previously concealed unseen pitfalls, now lay like a welcoming carpet, their dry rustle a gentle murmur of encouragement. She understood, with a clarity that resonated through her very soul, that her path forward was not one of solitary struggle against the encroaching shadows, but a collaborative endeavor, a profound partnership with the natural world. The ancient wisdom of the forest, embodied in the towering trees and the whispering winds, was now her guide, and its ethereal guardians, the very spirits that animated this sacred realm, were her protectors. She was no longer merely a warrior, a descendant wielding a blade. She was a steward, a keeper of the balance, a guardian of the verdant path. The transformation was subtle yet profound. Where before there had been a heavy, suffocating stillness, there was now a vibrant, almost palpable energy. The trees, their bark rough and ancient, seemed to possess a newfound dignity, their branches reaching towards the sky with an eagerness that spoke of long dormant life force surging through their ancient veins. The undergrowth, once a tangled and forbidding expanse, now thinned in places, revealing paths that seemed to beckon her forward. These were not trails carved by mortal hands, but ancient routes imprinted by the passage of elemental forces and the silent, persistent will of the land itself. Maeve found herself instinctively following these newly revealed arteries of the forest, her steps guided by an unseen hand, her intuition sharpened by the revitalized magic that permeated the air. She paused at the edge of a small clearing, bathed in the soft, golden light that now filtered effortlessly through the canopy. A single, ancient oak stood at its center, its trunk gnarled and massive, its branches spread wide like welcoming arms. It was a sentinel, a patriarch of this sacred grove, and Maeve felt an immediate connection, a sense of deep ancestral recognition. The crows, sensing her reverence, circled lower, their calls softening from triumph to a more resonant, respectful murmur. They landed on the oak's branches, their dark forms like living ornaments against the vibrant green leaves, their stillness a testament to the profound peace that had settled upon the sanctuary. Maeve raised the lumina blade, and its gentle luminescence seemed to echo the soft glow emanating from the ancient tree. This was not a place of conquest, but of communion. Maeve understood that her lineage was not one of dominion over nature, but of symbiosis with it. Her ancestors had not sought to bend the forest to their will, but to live in harmony with its rhythms, to understand its language, and to protect its sanctity. The Lumina blade was not merely a weapon to defend against external threats, but a tool to foster this deep connection, to amplify her senses, and to attune her to the subtle energies that flowed through the land. She knelt before the ancient oak, its roots, thick as her arm, delving deep into the earth like anchors of time. She placed her hand upon its weathered bark, and a wave of ancient memories, of sun-drenched days and star-filled nights, of the silent growth and the inevitable decay flowed into her. The whispers of the forest began to coalesce, no longer fragmented and disorienting, but a unified chorus of guidance. They spoke of the delicate balance of life and death, of the cyclical nature of growth and renewal, of the interconnectedness of all living things. Maeve absorbed this wisdom, letting it seep into her very being. She felt the subtle vibrations of the earth beneath her, the lifeblood of the planet pulsing through its veins. She heard the silent songs of the roots, reaching out to one another, sharing nutrients and information, a vast subterranean network of communication. She saw, with a clarity that transcended physical sight, the unseen currents of magic that flowed through the air, sustaining the flora and fauna, binding the entire ecosystem into a harmonious whole. The crows, still perched on the oak's branches, tilted their heads as if listening intently to the silent dialogue between Maeve and the ancient tree. Their intelligence was undeniable, a reflection of the ancient spirits that had imbued them with their sentience. They were the eyes and ears of the land, its vigilant watchers, and now they were her trusted allies. Their presence was a comfort, a reassurance that she was not alone in this sacred space, that she was understood and supported by the very forces that shaped Ere. Maeve rose, the lumina blade now held at her side. Its glow softened, a gentle reassurance rather than a defiant challenge. She began to walk, not with the hurried urgency of someone fleeing danger, but with the measured, deliberate pace of someone exploring a cherished home. The forest floor seemed to spring back beneath her feet, the leaves crunching with a satisfying sound, a gentle applause for her presence. She noticed the smaller details now, the intricate patterns of moss clinging to the shaded sides of rocks, the delicate unfurling of fern fronds, the silent, patient growth of fungi on decaying logs. These were the quiet miracles of the forest, the small wonders that had been obscured by the oppressive gloom, and they now revealed themselves to her with an almost eager intimacy. She encountered a small brook, its waters no longer sluggish and choked with debris, but crystal clear, bubbling merrily over smooth, gray stones. The sunlight caught the surface, scattering 1,000 diamonds of light across the water. Maeve knelt and cupped her hands, drinking deeply. The water was cool and pure, tasting of the earth and the sky, infused with the revitalized magic of the sanctuary. As she drank, she felt a surge of clean, invigorating energy coursing through her, washing away any lingering fatigue or doubt. The brook, too, seemed to sing a song of gratitude, its clear, melodic babble a testament to the restored flow of life. The paths continued to reveal themselves, each one leading deeper into the heart of the sanctuary, each one whispering secrets of the land's ancient history. Maeve's connection to the forest grew with every step. She could sense the presence of ancient spirits residing within the very trees, their forms not visible to the eye, but palpable in the subtle shifts of the wind, the rustling of leaves, the scent of damp earth and wild blossoms. These were not the spectral whispers of the past, filled with apprehension, but the gentle murmurs of ancient wisdom offering guidance and support. She understood that these spirits were the true guardians of the verdant path, and that her role was to work in concert with them, to be their voice and their hands in the mortal realm. The crows, her ever present companions, continued their circling, their calls now a steady, reassuring presence. They were more than just birds. They were a connection to the primal essence of air, to the untamed spirit that had endured for millennia. They had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the ebb and flow of magic, and the slow, insidious creep of neglect. And now they witnessed Maeve, the inheritor of a sacred trust, a descendant who had finally embraced her destiny. Their presence was a constant reminder of the ancient covenant between her lineage and the land, a covenant that she was now sworn to uphold. Maeve continued her exploration, her senses alive to the vibrant symphony of the revitalized sanctuary. The air hummed with a gentle, benevolent power, a stark contrast to the oppressive gloom that had once pervaded this sacred space. She felt a growing sense of belonging, a deep and abiding connection to this ancient, mystical realm. The lumina blade, resting in her hand, seemed to pulse with a shared vitality, a silent affirmation of her role as steward and guardian. She was no longer just Maeve, the warrior who had reclaimed a lost blade. She was Maeve, the protector of the verdant path, the one who would ensure that the light of air would continue to shine bright and unwavering for generations to come. The journey had led her to this moment, this profound realization of her purpose, and as she moved deeper into the embracing heart of the forest, she did so with a quiet confidence, a resolute spirit, and the unwavering knowledge that she walked not alone, but in partnership with the ancient living soul of the land. The trials had forged her, the whispers had guided her, and now the forest itself embraced her, a silent promise of its enduring strength and its unwavering support. The crows cawed above, a final, resonant note of approval, a sacred benediction upon her awakening. The war cries of her ancestors, once a thunderous echo resonating with the clash of steel and the desperation of survival, now transformed within Maeve's soul. They no longer spoke of conquest or territorial disputes, but of a deeper, more profound battle, the fight against oblivion, the ceaseless struggle to keep memory alive. The lumina blade, still warm in her grasp, pulsed with a subtle energy that seemed to hum with the collective consciousness of generations. It was not just a weapon forged for defense. It was a vessel, a repository of the deeds, the sacrifices, and the enduring spirit of those who had walked the verdant path before her. Her legend, she realized, was not to be written in the blood of enemies, but in the quiet, unwavering dedication to remembrance, in the sacred duty of preserving the heritage that was her birthright. This was a reckoning, yes, but not of violence. It was a reckoning of purpose, a redefinition of what it meant to be a warrior In this revitalized sanctuary, the encroaching shadows had been vanquished not through brute force alone, but through the reawakening of the land's inherent magic, a magic intrinsically linked to the memory and reverence of its protectors. Maeve understood, with a clarity that settled deep within her heart, that her lineage's strength lay not in perpetual conflict, but in the vital act of connection, bridging the forgotten past with the living present, weaving a tapestry of continuity that would anchor air against any future darkness. The sword, in this new light, was more than a symbol of her warrior's spirit. It was the physical manifestation of that enduring connection, a testament to the continuous thread of bravery and devotion that bound her to her ancestors. She walked further into the heart of the sanctuary, the sunlight dappling the forest floor, illuminating the intricate patterns of moss and the delicate unfurling of ferns. Each step was a prayer, each breath a communion, the whispers of the ancient trees, once fleeting murmurs, now coalesced into a coherent narrative, a living history passed down through the rustling leaves and the groaning branches. They spoke of the rituals performed in this very clearing centuries ago, of the pacts made with the elemental spirits, of the sacrifices offered not in violence, but in devotion. Maeve felt the weight of this history not as a burden, but as a profound inheritance. She could almost see the spectral figures of her forebears moving amongst the trees, their forms shimmering with the ethereal light of memory, their eyes filled with a quiet strength that mirrored her own burgeoning resolve. The Lumina blade, she realized, was not a tool for her to wield in solitude. It was a conduit, an instrument through which the echoes of her ancestors could resonate in the present. As she ran her thumb along the cool, polished metal, she felt the imprint of their hands, the imprint of their courage. She envisioned them standing in this same sacred space, their faces turned towards the light, their hearts filled with a fierce love for the land and its people. They were not just warriors who had fought wars, they were guardians who had tended to the spiritual health of Eire, who had understood that true strength lay in the preservation of sacred traditions and the nurturing of the land's vital essence. Their battle hymns were not forgotten. They were simply waiting to be reinterpreted, to be sung not with the fervor of conquest, but with the quiet, profound melody of remembrance. Maeve paused beside a weathered stone altar, its surface covered in ancient carvings that depicted celestial bodies and swirling patterns of energy. This was a place of ceremony, a nexus where the physical and the spiritual realms converged. She traced the worn lines with her fingertips, feeling a subtle warmth emanate from the stone, a residual energy from countless invocations and offerings. She understood that her ancestors had not simply defended the land, they had actively participated in its spiritual life, ensuring its vitality through rituals and a deep understanding of its cosmic rhythms. Their strength was not solely in their martial prowess, but in their profound connection to the divine and the natural world. She remembered the tales her grandmother had told her, stories whispered in hushed tones, around the hearth, tales of the Song of the Stones, a series of ancient chants that could resonate with the very foundations of the earth, calling forth its protective energies. These were not war songs, but hymns of resilience, of enduring hope, and of the cyclical nature of life. Maeve closed her eyes, the lumina blade held reverently before her. She began to hum, tentatively at first, then with growing confidence, the ancient melody weaving through the silent sanctuary. The air around her seemed to thicken, to vibrate with an unseen force. The leaves on the trees rustled in response, not with the hurried agitation of a storm, but with a slow, deliberate cadence, as if acknowledging the reawakening of a forgotten language. The crows, which had been circling overhead, began to descend, landing on the branches of the surrounding trees. Their calls were no longer triumphant, but a low, resonant murmur, a chorus of ancient witnesses lending their voices to the song. Maeve felt a surge of power, not her own, but something far older, far vaster. It was the power of shared memory, the collective strength of a lineage that refused to be erased. The lumina blade in her hands grew warmer, its luminescence intensifying, as if drawing sustenance from the very earth beneath her feet. She was no longer just Maeve, the warrior. She was Maeve, the conduit, the living embodiment of her ancestors' enduring spirit. The true reckoning, she understood, was not about defeating an enemy, but about reclaiming a legacy. It was about understanding that the warrior's spirit was not solely defined by the act of fighting, but by the commitment to preserving what was worth fighting for. Her ancestors had battled external threats, yes, but they had also waged an internal war against complacency, against the erosion of memory, against the slow decay of spirit. Their hymns were not just about the courage of the battlefield, but about the quiet fortitude required to maintain faith in the face of despair, to keep the flame of tradition burning even in the darkest of times. Maeve's path was now clear. It was to honor that internal struggle, to amplify the quiet strength that had sustained her lineage through the ages. The lumina blade was not to be sheathed and forgotten, but to be held aloft as a beacon, a reminder of the continuous journey from the past into the future. She saw the interconnectedness of all things, the sunlight on her face, the ancient carvings on the stone, the resonant hum of the earth, the watchful presence of the crows, and the silent strength of her ancestors within the very air she breathed. Her legend would be a testament to this profound interconnectedness, a story not of a solitary hero, but of a guardian who carried the weight of generations with grace and unwavering purpose. The hymns of remembrance would not be sung with the fervor of battle cries, but with the deep, resonant tones of a soul that had found its true purpose. They would speak of resilience, of the quiet courage it took to remember, to honor, and to preserve. Maeve understood that this was a battle that would never truly end, a constant vigilance against the fading of light, the erosion of truth, and the silencing of history. But now she was equipped. She had the lumina blade, the strength of her ancestors, and the awakened magic of Ere. She was ready to carry their song forward, a melody of remembrance that would echo through the ages, ensuring that the warrior spirit lived on, not in the echoes of war, but in the vital, enduring act of keeping the past alive. The sanctuary had been reawakened, and with it, Maeve's understanding of her true calling. The reckoning was complete, not with a clash of swords, but with the profound, soul stirring resonance of a legend transformed. The legacy of blood had become a legacy of light, and Maeve, the warrior, had become the keeper of the eternal flame of remembrance.